Okay, it's 9 o'clock, and welcome everyone. It's 9 o'clock Eastern time. It's wherever else in the world you are, your time. I will introduce myself as more people are jumping on. Let me just welcome you to the second day of the STEG annual conference. My name is Taryn Dinkelman. I'm at the University of Notre Dame, and together with Rachel and Guy, we are the theme leaders for one of the themes, the research themes of the STEG program, home production, labor markets, and structural transformation. I think Rachel is here somewhere as well today. We had a great day of papers yesterday and another packed program for today. Before we get started, I just wanted to remind everyone of some of the ground rules for our full paper presentations. So there'll be 2 full paper presentations this morning. Presenters get 40 minutes to present uninterrupted, although you are more than welcome to add questions in the chat. I will be moderating. And if it seems like there are a number of questions that are coming up that require some clarification, I will interrupt our speaker and pose those questions to her. Otherwise, we'll keep those questions in the chat to follow up on in the 20 minutes that we have reserved to discuss the paper at the end of the hour. I have to remind you all to keep yourselves muted unless you're the presenter for the first 40 minutes. And then once we get to the question and answer session, if I call on you for your question, please feel free to unmute yourself and ask the presenter. So I'm really excited about this paper that we're going to see today. All the papers on the program today are great. This one I'm particularly interested in. It connects very well with some of the themes that Albert Zufak brought up yesterday in his keynote regarding agricultural productivity in Africa. And one of the things that he mentioned, the story he talked about in Malawi, where farmers are basically not using any capital, not using any kind of mechanization. And so this paper this morning, Farzana is going to talk to us about what we might expect in terms of labor market impacts of mechanization in agriculture from the Indian study or Indian setting, and in particular focusing on an aspect of structural transformation that maybe doesn't get a whole lot of attention in the literature so far. So Farzana, I will invite you to share your screen with us. I believe that one of your co-authors, Kanika Mahajan, is on the call as well. So hopefully she'll be managing some of the traffic in the chat. Farzana joins us from the Indian Statistical Institute in Delhi, although I believe you're not in Delhi right now. So you have 40 minutes and go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Taryn, for the introduction, and thank you to the STEG committee for giving us this opportunity to present the paper. This is joint work with Moni Shankar Bishnu and Kanika Mahajan, and Kanika is very much here, so please feel free to put your questions in the chat box so that we can respond to them as I go along with the presentation. So I'm going to start with first talking about a few facts. One is that in India, we've seen a decline in the contribution of agriculture to the GDP by a significant amount, roughly about 6 percentage points between 1999 and 2011, so over a decade. And this decline in India's in the contribution of agriculture to India's GDP has not been accompanied by an increase in the the contribution of manufacturing, which has been more or less stagnant around 16% of GDP. So just a couple of facts to keep in mind. Along with this, during the same period, we see a fall in the employment in the farm sector, which has been pretty significant, again, about 11 percentage points in this decade of 1999 to 2011, which is the period that we'll be focusing on. In particular, women in agricultural labor force, their participation has declined by about 12 percentage points. And this we have to keep in mind is been happening along with a significant overall decline in women's labor force participation in India, which was about 9 percentage points during this period. The second fact that accompanies this change in the structure of India's GDP is the increasing agricultural mechanization during this period. So for instance, we see that tractor penetration in India tripled between 2000 and 2011. And this was primarily driven by an increase in subsidies on machinery and agricultural credit. So there was this period of big policy changes in terms of encouraging mechanization through subsidization and greater provision of agricultural credit. So these are the facts that we have in the background. And given these facts, what are the questions that we want to ask in this particular paper, which are generalizable? So we want to understand what would be the labor impacts of technological change in agriculture, where we're going to look specifically at technological change, which is defined in terms of mechanization. Second is a question which is of a very important and we think has been ignored in the literature, is to look at what are the gendered aspects of any labor impacts that we might see as a result of mechanization. And this becomes particularly interesting in the context of agriculture, because agriculture has a gendered division of labor, given the comparative advantages that women and men have in the supply of labor in the production process in agriculture, which we'll discuss as we go along. And given these questions, the first question and the second question, if we do observe that there are some gender differences in the labor impacts, then what role does the economic structure have, if any at all, in explaining why there may be one type of labor, in this particular case, women, which is the result that we find, being affected more adversely than men as a result of the mechanization that we study here, the technological change in general. And so just to give you a preview of the findings, of course, I realize that mechanization, or any technological change for that matter, is going to be endogenous. And essentially what we do in this paper is exploit the variation in the extent of the loaminess of the soil, because loamy soils are typically more amenable to deep tillage than clayey soil, and therefore they're more likely to see adoption of machinery for primary tilling. And what we use is essentially the relative loaminess of the soil as an instrument for mechanization at the district level. And what we observe is that once we allow for this exogenous variation to be driving the mechanization adoption, there has been a significant decline in women's labor usage on Indian farms, whereas there has not been a significant decline in the usage of men's labor. And we explain this result that we find in terms of the reduced demand for labor in a downstream task. So there are different tasks or processes that are followed in agriculture, which I'll discuss in greater detail as we go along. And we look at a downstream task, which is weeding, in which women tend to be involved more than men are, because that requires more precision rather than physical labor. And the decline for the demand for labor in weeding as a result of mechanization upstream in terms of better tillage leads to this overall women's labor usage in agriculture that we find. And our estimates essentially suggest that this increased mechanization has led to more than a 22% fall in women's agricultural labor in India. And we do not observe an accompanying increase in the employment in the non-farm sector during this period. And this is what I was alluding to when I talked about how the structure of the economy might affect or temper any possible reallocation of labor from a sector that is declining in terms of its contribution to the GDP to another sector which we do not observe in the Indian case, because if you remember, another fact that I pointed out was that manufacturing's contribution to India's GDP has more or less remained constant in the last few decades. So essentially, our results highlight the fact that there can be gendered impacts of technological change, and this is something that we need to acknowledge and address, especially when we're looking at sectors where there's sex-specific specialization of labor. So let me get to the meat of the paper then. So essentially, when we look at the agriculture production process, what we want to acknowledge, first of all, is that there is a gender division of labor in agriculture. You have a complementary production process. So it's something like an assembly line production. You have various stages of agricultural operations. So you have stage one, which is essentially land preparation, primary, which is primary and secondary tilling, which is very physical labor intensive. But in stage two, once that you reach that that process, there is more precision labor that is required in terms of sowing and operations like weeding. So, for example, if you think of rice transplantation. Right? So once the land has been prepared, then you'll very often see more women engaged in rice transplantation because there's more precision required in that relative to men. And finally, you have stage three, which requires harvesting and threshing. So when we look at the gender composition across tasks, then it becomes very clear that when we're looking at primary or secondary tilling, then the proportion of female labor that is used for that particular task is very low. It's about 9%. And this is coming from our data across India. It is much higher in sowing and weeding, and remains more or less, but it is very much higher in weeding, which is again stage two of agricultural production process. And finally, in harvesting also, you see some significant contribution by women. But what you see across these stages is that since men have a comparative advantage in terms of the physical labor that's required in stage one, there is lesser engagement of women's labor in stage one as opposed to the other two stages of the agricultural production process. So that's something that we want to keep in mind going forward. And so when we look at the data, and we're looking at a period from about 2000 to 1999 rather, to 2011 in our analysis, what we find is that the total employment in farm sector per hectare of area cultivated has more or less remained constant for men, but has declined for women over this period in Indian agriculture. So that's the labor aspect. Now, if you look at the mechanization, then essentially when you're looking at a developing country context, you can classify the agricultural implements into those which are hand operated versus animal operated, and of course the power operated, which you will be using at the more advanced stages or more developed stages of agricultural production. So for example, tractor or power tiller driven equipments, which might be also, or there might be other self-propelled equipment which are used and which you will then consider as being more of the mechanized implements as opposed to the hand operated and animal operated machinery. So what we're doing is we're going to try to classify the equipments, the data, the inputs that we see into these three categories of implements that are used, and then define mechanization as the usage of these power operated implements, and what is the intensity of the adoption of these power operated implements in agriculture. And so if you look at the area under the type of implement, whether it is hand operated, animal operated, or power operated across this period, again, which is in consonance with the period that we're looking at in terms of the labor usage, what we find is that the per hectare usage of power operated implements increased during this period that we're looking at, as opposed to these other implements. So there are these two facts again, which we had discussed earlier, but now you can see that in the data in terms of these graphs also, that you have more or less constant usage of men's labor, but a decline in the usage of women's labor. This is accompanied by an increase in the usage of power-operated implements in the cultivation process during the same period. And now when we, so we want to think about it not just in terms of the overall usage of the adoption of mechanization, but also how that might differ across these different stages of the agricultural production process. So if you're looking at stage 1, which is primary tilling and secondary tilling, this stage of agriculture operation is typically the first where we see, just generalizing it in agricultural production processes, where the adoption of mechanization or machinery happens. And this, again, over this period, what we observe is that there was a significant increase in the usage of power-operated implements, more so in primary tilling, but also in secondary tilling in stage 1. What about stage 3? In the stage 3, in harvesting, we also see an increase in the usage of machinery, but not in stage 2. There is more or less, particularly if you look at weeding over here, we don't see any usage of power-operated implements. And this, you can see, would sort of, reverberate with what I was suggesting earlier, where, because this is more of a precision task, this secondary stage of the agriculture production process typically is the last to see mechanization. When we look at historical data, or we look at the evolution of agriculture across different countries. And that seems to play out also in the Indian context. So our interest in terms of trying to identify the effect of mechanization on labor usage is going to be to focus on mechanization in stage 1, because stage 1 mechanization essentially also leads then to mechanization in stage 3, and that stage 2 is the last one typically to get mechanized, where we are going to focus on primary and secondary tilling machines, which are driven by tractors or power tillers. So we are going to, using the data that we have, we want to classify machinery which is used in stage 1, and we observe the intensity of usage of these machinery across this period to define our variable, which is mechanization. And I'll come to that later when we talk about the data. But generally, I mean, what we found is, as I pointed out to you, that there is this association, if we just want to call that correlation at this point, where we look at mechanization in stage 1, this primary and secondary tilling, and what is happening to farm labor usage. And we find that there is a negative correlation, a negative association between mechanization and the usage of female labor, as well as male labor. So if you just simply look at correlations, it suggests that there is going to be a decline in labor usage as you have adoption of more machines, which is the standard understanding that we have from the existing literature as well, because machines can essentially be labor saving, labor saving, as opposed to not just increase in terms of productivity, but we'll talk about productivity later as well. So so exactly what we find here is what a very nice comprehensive study by Pingali in 2007 shows us, is that out of these 24 studies which were reviewed in this particular paper, 22 of them reported lower total labor use per hectare of crop production when farms move to adoption of tractors opposed to using draft animals. And in many of these contexts, the decline in labor usage was significant in terms of it being 50% or more. And this reduction in labor usage for land preparation was followed by, again, weeding, as I was referring to earlier. So the question that we have in mind is surprisingly has been more or less ignored in the literature, given, as I pointed out to you, the fact that there is gender-based specialization of labor in agriculture, and men and women are unlikely to be perfect substitutes for each other in the production process. And in addition to that, there is the degree of complementarity with machinery is likely to also differ between men and women. So if you look at stage one, mechanization, then men's labor is likely to be more complementary to the adoption of machines in this particular stage, because you're going to require some amount of skill to be able to operate those machines as well. And also it is a more male intensive stage of agricultural production, as I pointed out earlier. So, so what we want to do then is, before we get into the data, we develop a very simple theoretical model. And the main purpose of the theoretical model is to make a very simple point, which is that when you have imperfect substitutability between male and female labor in the production process, then it is unlikely that when you have technological change, the impacts on men and women's labor is likely to be equal. And that's, very simply what we want to highlight in this theoretical model. So we think of a final good which is being produced using two inputs, labor and land, in a CES production function. There's a Higgs neutral technological change in the sense that can be both labor augmenting as well as land augmenting. And what we assume is, which is a given in agriculture production process, is that land and labor are complementary. So our innovation here is just thinking in terms of, decomposing labor into two components, which is, think of it in terms of women's labor, the female labor, and the male labor component, which make up the aggregate labor provided in the production process. There's some elasticity of substitution between male and female labor, and there is a difference in the relative weights of these two types of labor that is used in the production process. Farmers maximize profits, and you get your standard first order conditions for profit maximization. And given that we have this Higgs neutral productivity change due to mechanization, we're expecting that the design is that you will have increase in productivity of both land and labor. But there are two important empirically validated assumptions that we make, which allow us to then infer what this elasticity of substitution between male and female labor should be, for us to observe potentially differential impacts on labor of men and women as a result of technological change. One is that the wages that are received by men are greater than the wages the wage rate of women, and that there is greater weightage on men's labor as opposed to women's labor in the production process. Again, these are empirically validated assumptions. And you could also, if you go back to the table that I was referring to, we were looking at the distribution of labor across the different stages. You would have observed that the contribution of male labor tends to be higher across all the stages as opposed to female labor. So when we derive the condition on the elasticity of substitution, what we essentially find is that in the event that male and female labor are imperfect substitutes, what the impact of an increase in AA, which is here our Higgs neutral technological change, is going to be is that female to land labor intensity is going to decline as a result of this technological change. The male per unit of land labor intensity is going to decrease as well, but the male to female labor intensity is going to increase, which means that there is going to be a relatively greater decline in the usage of female labor as opposed to male labor. And this is essentially being driven in spite of the fact that the wage rate for men is relatively higher, as the assumption that we've made. But given the greater weightage that is being given to male labor as opposed to female labor. So this is just a very simple, theoretical model trying to pin down what these condition on the substitutability between these two types of labor is required in order to give these predictions, which we can then take to the data to test. And what we are using here is data from very many different sources, which we've put together. And our main, the data that we mainly work the hardest on essentially is figuring out the soil characteristic by digitizing the soil maps of India to get detailed information on soil texture and other characteristics. And then basically getting this information on demographics, on agricultural inputs, on economic development, and of course, employment, which is through the nationally representative national sample surveys. All of these are then merged together at the district level to give us district level data going from the period 1999 over three periods, 1999, 2007, and 2011. So just to give you an example, this is what a soil map, for instance, looked like, which were just hard copies that we had, and we would overlay this, digitize these maps and overlay the boundaries of the districts on the map that we would have digitized, and then we'll be able to figure out, apportion the different qualities of the soil in terms of pH, in terms of luminous, in terms of clayiness per district across the entire country. So what you see over here in this map essentially is the relative luminous of the soil, the variation that we observe across districts in India. And this, of course, doesn't vary over time. And the darker regions are relatively, so that's the difference between the proportion loamy soil versus the proportion that's clay in a particular district. And the northern parts of the country, as you can see, are in darker shaded areas, which are the plains, and relatively they have more loamy soil as compared to clay soil. In the south, again, in the central India, which is a plateau region, you have relatively less luminous of the soil, but there's considerable variation that we see across districts, which we'll be able to exploit in our data set, in our analysis rather. So the input census gives us the area cultivated under each of these implements in an agriculture year. And as I had explained to you earlier, we are going to classify these inputs that we see in terms of the operations that they would be used for. Specifically, what we're interested in is the inputs which are used for primary tillage and secondary tillage. And what we observe then when we put all of these data together, so our main outcome of interest is to look at the total number of females in farm cultivation, and we restrict our attention to women in the productive age group of 15 to 65 per unit of cultivated area, so that's per hectare, and the total number of males in farm cultivation. And what you see is this number goes down from 0.56, so about 56, it's not in terms of proportions, but in terms of numbers. So from 0.56 to about 0.45 between 1999 and 2011. Similarly, there is a slight decline, or rather there is no decline for men that we observe between 1999 and 2011. But you see a tremendous increase in mechanization, where we are measuring mechanization as the usage of these equipment in primary and secondary tilling. And there is a significant increase in terms of the proportion of area that's cultivated under these machines, going up from 7.25 to 34.8, for instance, in primary tillage, and in secondary tillage from 11.3 to 30.6. So keeping those in mind then, our main the empirical strategy essentially is to figure out what is happening to the outcome variable here, where a dependent variable is the labor employed per unit of cultivated land, which is then regressed on the mechanization MC, which is our main, so beta 1 is our main coefficient of interest. We run this analysis separately by gender. So G is the subscript for whether it is female labor versus male labor. We run this analysis for each of the years, these three time periods, 1999, 2007, and 2011. Along with a bunch of district-specific controls, which are either applicable to both genders or gender-specific district controls with state fixed effects, time fixed effects, and in robustness checks, we will show you further controls we have in terms of state-specific trends. And of course, also we will be controlling for the initial level of employment by gender before the period of 1999 as well. I'll get to that in a minute. So what we do is, as I pointed out, that is since mechanization is likely to be endogenous, we're going to instrument it by this variable, which is relative loaminess, which is the difference between the proportion of soil which is loamy as opposed to clay in a district D in state S. This fact that a loamy soil is more amenable to deep tillage as compared to clay soil is pretty well established in the agricultural literature. As I had mentioned previously, once tractors are adopted for primary tillage, shallow tilling can also get mechanized, and that also leads to further mechanization in subsequent stages of the agriculture production process. One concern, of course, that we have is in terms of validity of these data. The soil texture may have direct effects on employment. So, we would be worried that soil texture affects soil fertility. It might have some implications for historical usage of women's labor, as there is some literature that would suggest that as opposed to usage of male labor. So in this particular table here, we are measuring all outcomes before 1999. And in each row, we show the coefficient on loaminess. And in this column 1, these are the outcomes that we're looking at. And essentially what we find is that loaminess does not have a direct effect on the usage of male labor, on the usage of female labor. There is no significant difference in the extent of loaminess in terms of, or its impact on the wage rate for women's labor in agriculture or male labor, or the poverty that you might see in terms of the monthly per capita expenditure. And also we don't find any significant differences in cropping patterns and yields. So typically you would expect that those areas which are weed growing have also norms against, so there's literature which would say that there would be norms against women's usage of women's labor force participation. So we run these host of checks to make the claim that what we have as a measure of mechanization is an exogenous measure of mechanization, and it would have an impact on labor usage only via the adoption of tractors or machinery rather in primary and secondary tillage, as opposed to having a direct impact on labor. As I pointed out earlier, we are going to control throughout for labor usage by gender before 1999, which is the period that we start in terms of our data analysis. So any historical differences in initial employment will be accounted for. In addition, we have all these other controls for agriculture in terms of crop composition and weather, lagged usage of inputs, and the level of economic development of a particular district. So the first is our OLS estimates, which are our naive estimates. And as expected, they suggest that there is a significant impact only on significant negative effect on male labor per hectare. But this could be driven by selective mechanization, in the sense adoption of mechanization rather, where those areas where men are more likely to leave agriculture and go to other sectors are also areas which might be simultaneously adopting more machinery. So our first stage here is showing the impact of luminous on primary and secondary tilling, and overall including both primary and secondary tillage, which is pretty strong. And then we go to our second stage results, which where we find that all these subsequently more addition of further controls tell us that 1 percentage point increase in mechanization is leading to approximately 0.7% decline in usage of women's labor. There is a negative impact on men's labor usage per hectare, but that is not significant.
Farzana, I'll remind you, you have about 5 minutes left.
Yes, and then we have these robustness checks where we interact initial district employment with time. So we allow for potential time variation in the trends in employment by gender, or also account for the fact that there might be state-specific trends, and we don't find any differences in our results. And basically, as I pointed out earlier, when then we break it down into looking at which one of these stages is where we observe a decline, it is in weeding, where there is a significant decline in the usage of women's labor. And it is not there's no significant impact in other stages, which is, again, as pointed out, is downstream activity. And there is a reduction in demand for women's labor in this downstream activity as a result of the improved tillage in stage 1. And we don't find a similar effect across any of these stages for male labor. So what could be other possible channels that could explain these gender differentiated effects? There could be rise in incomes, or there is something happening in the non-farm sector as a result of which there could be reallocation of labor. So if it were the case that there was income impacts, then we should have seen a decline in the labor usage of women across all these different stages in terms of the family labor that's used. And we don't see that. Again, the impact is significant only for weeding. And similarly, for male labor, we don't see any decline across these stages, which rules out the income channel, because this was also a period where we see an increase in incomes because India was seeing quite rapid economic growth. There is no reallocation of labor. So when we look at manufacturing or construction or services sector, male employment as a sort of a placebo check is not increasing as a result of mechanization, which is what we would expect, but also that women are not reallocating as a result of mechanization to these other sectors, whether we look at within rural areas or rural as well as urban areas. Farm productivity, there are no impacts, which suggests again that the point of using in terms of yields, we don't see an improvement in farm productivity, but I don't think we can rule that out, because if we just look at in terms of wage rates or wage earnings, there is some significant impact. But I wanted to draw your attention to this significant coefficient here on the wage earnings of men, but not on that of women. So just to conclude then, and to keep to the time, so there's a 32 percentage point increase in mechanization that we observe in Indian agriculture between 1999 to 2011, which has led to more than 22% overall reduction in women's labor during this period. And this is pretty significant because it explains a large proportion of the overall decline that is observed in women's labor force participation in India. But more importantly, technological change can reduce labor usage, which is recognized in the literature. But what needs to be recognized is this differential impact on gender, especially when we're looking at imperfect substitutability in the production process between these two different kinds of labor in the production process. What we want to think of in terms of policy implications for this is that what's happening to other sectors of the economy. As I pointed out earlier, we do not see an expansion of the manufacturing sector during this period. Potentially, there's limited alternative job opportunities available for women, which also alludes to the fact that their skills and their mobility might be very limited. And this has implications for income inequality by gender as well. When we're thinking of structural change or the lack of it, rather, what would a contraction in one particular sector where you see a concentration of a particular type of labor, which is restricted in terms of either its mobility or lacks the skill to be able to reallocate itself to another sector which is growing or is present, is something that we need to think about further. Thank you.
Thanks, Farzana. That was great. And we had a very active chat discussion going. Kanika was fielding a bunch of those questions. Since I'm moderating, I have a bunch of questions, but I'll just start off with one that sort of summarizes one of the key points that came up in the chat as well. So I'm going to push you a little bit here on ruling out the income effect channel. So what you're seeing is that over this time period, in places that were getting more mechanized, you see women's labor force participation or female employment is really falling quite substantially. And so if we think about patterns that have been found in developed countries historically over much longer periods of time, that decline in labor force participation is sort of strongly, it's declining strongly in income. And so I guess a key part of your story is trying to convince us that this removal of women from farming is not being driven by an income effect. So I guess I wanted to ask you a little bit more about that and a little bit more about what your direct evidence was on that, because I think there were a couple of questions about the income effect that that people would find useful, a little bit more discussion about that.
Right. So, so there were these couple of, I had to rush through those slides. So one of the things that we thought of, if it was the case that it is rise in incomes, if it is rise in incomes, then one should see a decline in the usage of women's labor across all stages of the agricultural production process. And so when we look at it in terms of, again, tilling, sowing, weeding, and harvesting, we don't observe that there is an across-the-board decline in women's usage of labor. It is only in weeding, again, that we observe the decline. We also break it down into looking at family labor as opposed to hired labor. And you would expect that if you break it down in that sense and there is an income effect, then maybe family labor is the one that is going to decline and there might be an increase in the usage of hired labor. But we don't see that again. So we don't see an across the board decline in usage of women's labor from the family. So we can demarcate that in the data that we have. And we don't see an increase in usage of hired labor either across the board. As a matter of fact, usage of hired labor of women also is declining significantly only for weeding. So, and I buy the point that you're trying to make that, you know, there has to be some income effect potentially. But what we should probably say is not that there is no income effect, but there might be an income effect, but in this particular context, at least, we don't find evidence in support of an income effect, because if that were the case, then the usage of women's labor from within the family should see a significant decline across all stages of the agriculture production process. We should see a move towards usage of more hired labor in place of family labor. Again, potentially, across all these different stages of the agriculture production process. And the point estimates are not in that direction.
Okay.
Kanika, do you want to add anything?
No, I think that's those are the two arguments that we have in the paper that rule out, at least here, that income effect is driving or is the main driver behind the changes.
Okay. I see a bunch of hands up, and I'm going to try and manage this with the questions that already came up with the chat. So Rachel, I will give you a chance to ask your question next.
Thank you very much. A very interesting paper, but I keep having this thought that I hope you can help. You see, the weeding, the reduction in weeding was always also there during the Green Revolution. So there was some paper in the past documenting how the Green Revolution has reduced the demand for weeding, and so therefore there's a drop in women. But when I had a quick look at the female labor force participation using the ILO data in India, it is quite flat all along until about 2005, which is sort of coincide the period that you are studying, and it started falling. And the pattern is almost replicated by the share of employment in family farm. So which is why I think some of the question is going back to this issue about family farm. So what is your thought, why, the female labor force participation only started falling, after 2005? Is it really simply because there's a reduction in labor demand in the agriculture, or they cannot reallocate to the non-agriculture? So maybe there's some change in non-agriculture sector. So in the past, when they were, being laid off from agriculture, they can move into non-agriculture. But somehow since 2005, they couldn't go into non-agriculture, and that gives you an overall decline in the female labor force participation.
Right. Yeah. Thank you so much for that question, Rachel. I think what the question that the part of the question that you've ended with is exactly, I think, what we want the larger focus to be on. So you're absolutely right. In our data as well, in terms of the graph that I'd shown earlier, the more dramatic decline is what we observe after 2005. A lot of the expansion that we see in the mechanization also happened during this period because, as I pointed out, of the increase in the provision of agricultural credit and subsidies that were provided by the government. And this is particularly in this particular decade that we are focusing on. So there was mechanization that was happening. And of course, if you want to think of Green Revolution, which is another kind of technological change, yes, that did occur previously. But this was a decade where adoption of machinery was being promoted by the government. I absolutely agree with you that one of the things that we point out also when we look at the reallocation in terms of what's happening in manufacturing, construction, and services sector, whether we look at the rural areas or we look at urban as well as rural, is that we don't observe a movement of these women from agriculture to any of these sectors. And that could relate to the fact that we see a very stagnant sectoral composition outside of agriculture in Indian economy. As I pointed out, there has not been an expansion of the manufacturing sector in India. It has been around 16% of the GDP for the last few decades. There has been an increase in the services sector, but most of it is in informal services rather than formal services, where many of these women obviously can't transition to, because in the informal is where require high levels of education or skills, but there could be restrictions around social norms, mobility. I have accompanying work that Kanikana working on where we find that men, for instance, are able to migrate longer distances and look for work when there are production shocks, as opposed to women, because of these restrictions on their mobility, which could be related to norms as well. So yes, social, there could be aspects about these norms which restricts women's movement, which could also be accompanied by the fact that the structure of the economy is such that it's not allowing them also to transition in terms of non-expansion of the manufacturing sector and having work available closer to home for them, which would be a substitute for working on their own farm. So I think that's a larger question that we need to talk about here. And I totally agree with you on the last point that you raised.
So Farzana, I think there's a somewhat related question about timing of effects as well from Andy Hinsley. Andy, do you want to go ahead with your question?
Hi, Taryn. I think Kanika's dealt with it in the chat. I think it's just sort of swept up with border changes probably, but it was about whether they're in the initial time period table. It seemed like there were big changes in the first period on mechanization, and then only big changes in female labor force participation in the second period. So I couldn't see why there would be any lag in the story that you were telling, but perhaps there might be some other things included.
Kanika, do you want to answer that if you've already maybe?
Yeah, so essentially during the latter time period, which is 2007 to 2011, the average incomes were increasing, education was increasing. So a lot of other factors were also playing a role in explaining the average changes in employment rates for women. So there's no lagged effect. It's just that, there are different factors that are also accompanying. Mechanization is not the only factor which is affecting women's labor force participation. There is a general increase in incomes, a general increase in women's education, their husband's education. So all those things were also playing a role. And we have a previous paper that actually looks at that. So yes, apart from just mechanization, those things could also be playing a role in different time periods, which could explain the average changes. And so that's one way to think about it.
Julieta, you had your hand up, and then I think your hand went down. Do you still have your question?
Yeah, I just wanted to push back a little bit more on the income effect and the differential, whether we should expect the same. So if I understood correctly, Farzana, your answer was that the reason why this couldn't be income effects only is because you don't see the same effect on female labor across all processes of the agricultural production. But we know there is a specialization between male and female across these processes. So males and females are not actually substitutes in these different processes. So in principle, I wouldn't expect this to be, if it is the same income effect, I wouldn't expect the elasticities that you will find here to be the same, because also the levels in the sense that how many females and males you use for these processes is different before before the treatment of the mechanization and the whatever income increase they have. And the second issue is that the outside options for females and males are different. So even when you increase the income by the same amount for that household, the fact that they have differential outside options, I think, would suggest that you shouldn't expect the same effect for females and males, although that's different than not finding the same effect across processes. So I think it's a little bit more nuanced. I'm not sure you completely rule out the income effect. And that's all I wanted to say. I wanted to push back. Otherwise, I think it's a really nice, data effort. It's very good. Thank you.
Okay, so I would like to respond to that, Julieta. Thank you so much for your question. So I rushed over that particular slide. So if you look at what's happening to men's labor as well, whether we look at family labor as opposed to hire labor, and then we've broken it down again into different, in each one of these different operations. If it were that it was income again, then we should see some decline in men's family labor usage as well. We don't see that in the data.
But that's where I disagree, because the outside option, think of a word where home production, women are much better at home production. Okay, and there is a specialization. So I have income increasing. Who's going to be the first one in the household to go to home production? It's going to be the female. So that's what I'm trying to push a little bit. I'm saying these males and females are not exactly the same. We know that at market prices, they're not the same. It's possibly true that, you know, this is outside my field and I don't work in home production, but potentially, you know, they're different in home production too. So I'm not sure that that's a bulletproof argument for why the income effect is not there. That's all.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right that, you know, the home production angle would mean that women, if they are going to be leaving agriculture, are more likely to, stay at home, but they're going to stay at home. So we have work actually, which is with Taryn also, Taryn, Kanika, and I have a paper where we argue that the overall decline that you see in women's labor force participation in India is precisely because the returns to home production may have become more or higher than the returns to market production, right? But that has to take into account the fact that the first shock that you're observing is the fact that you're being pushed out, right? Now that you're being pushed out, your returns have declined in terms of, you know, whatever agricultural production you were undertaking. You don't have these outside options available as opposed to what is available to men. And therefore, when you think in an optimizing framework, of course, the marginal returns to staying at home might be higher than the marginal returns of being, participating in the market. And I totally agree with that. But where does the push come from? So I think what we're trying to identify over here is that the fact that when you have this technological change, when you have the structural change happening in terms of the shrinkage of agriculture, in the demand for labor, there is a push factor, which is pushing women out of the labor force. And then they're going to recalibrate what their options are, right? And at that point, they might decide to stay at home as opposed to go to the market because the returns are higher at home, because their options are less or limited as opposed to male options. But I think we're just taking a step back here and saying, let's just figure out what the impact of that push factor is, as opposed to, what they might be doing once that push factor has become effective. And I think I understand the concern around the income effect, and maybe we can try to think of more ways of providing convincing evidence that what we are seeing here is not purely an income effect. And I think we do find some evidence to say that, yes, there is an impact of mechanization over and above any income effects you might see. I think that would be a better way of putting it.
Thanks, Farzana. So we have just like 2 or 3 minutes left, and we have 3 hands up. So I will ask Rajendra, Paula, and Richard if they can make their points as succinctly as possible, and then we can move on within our time constraints. So Rajendra, go ahead.
Okay, so I'll keep this short. First of all, thank you for a nice presentation, Farzana and co-authors. I was wondering, in case you haven't touched upon this, what does this mean in terms of policy recommendations, if you have any thoughts? Because in a sense, it's good that labor is freed up from agriculture, but due to the lack of mobility, that it's not going to other more productive uses in the economy. How would you maybe tackle this issue? Because I know in India also there's currently protests ongoing with the laws for agriculture that may even hurt more farmers. So if you're getting more and more females dropping out of agriculture, how would you maybe tackle this problem?
Taryn, do you want us to collect the other two
Yeah, let's
questions?
collect the questions. Rajendra, thanks. Paula, do you want to go ahead?
Mine was like just a suggestion. I think, I don't know if you've explored in more detail the policies. You say that this driving mechanization was partly driven by policies. So I was wondering whether using eligibility rules for those policies or variation across, areas or farm sizes, you could identify these effects at a more micro level. I mean, basically, just to make sure you can differentiate mechanization from other trends that at larger, areas, might be difficult to differentiate, right? So I was wondering whether you could go a bit more micro on the identification.
Thanks, Paula. And Richard, do you want to add your question?
Yeah, just very briefly, a few different things. So first of all, I think there's some of the discussion, there's a little bit of a mismatch. There's talk about decreased employment of women in agriculture, and then you talk about the value added share in manufacturing. But if you're going to talk about employment, you should be talking employment in both. And so the fact that nothing's happening to the value added share in manufacturing does not tell us what's happening to the labor of women. Second, I think it would be really interesting to dig more into the industrial organization of farming and how this interacts across that. And related to that, there's this discussion about mechanization being a push factor. If you have a household farm, the push factor is not that's something the household is deciding as part of, they're taking into account what that will do to the labor supply. So it's not that there's this exogenous push factor, that they've actually chosen to do that and they understand the consequences.
Thanks. Farzana, I will give you leeway to answer like within 1 minute your preferred question, and perhaps leave the rest of the discussion to happen offline.
Sure. So the first one on policy implications, I think that would require a completely different paper when we want to talk about what needs to be done to stem the decline in women's labor force participation. But there are public programs which are provided for less skilled women. There's skilling programs, and so on and so forth. So there are these possibilities in terms of trying to help women move to different sectors. And Paula's question about credit policies, for example, which led to an increase in adoption of mechanization, that was something that we did explore. Unfortunately, the data are available, but they're not publicly available, and there's no way we can get those data, and they will still not be as disaggregated as we would like them to be. They're not good enough essentially for us to be able to exploit them. And I absolutely take Richard's point on endogeneity, and that's exactly what we're trying to address in this paper, which is to say that, we want to identify exogenous reasons for adoption of mechanization and what the impact might be. And so, so all these questions are extremely valuable, and thank you so much for all the feedback. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thanks, Farzana, for the presentation. Thanks to Kanika for fielding questions in the chat. And thanks to everyone for the comments. I'll hand over to, I think, Natalia Ramondo is taking the next. Hi. Thanks.
Thank you, Taryn. Our next speaker is Katherine Stapleton, talking about automation, trade, and multinational activity. Microevidence from Spain. Can you share your slides?
Okay, here we go. Thank you for the introduction, and great to be able to present here today. So I'm presenting a joint piece of work with Michael Webb, who was a PhD student at Stanford, is now an incoming AP at the LSE. just struggling to get this to move to the next slide. Let me just try and reshare this. Let me just try this again, sorry. Okay, perfect. So the research question we're trying to answer in this paper is, does automation in high-income countries reduce offshoring to developing ones? And we're taking a firm-level perspective on this question. So our motivation is there's been huge amounts of hype about automation, that it will reshape global production, cause deglobalization, and spell the end of manufacturing-led development as we know it. So here are some snippets which I saved of things I've seen. So for example, in the top left, we've got Harvard Business Review saying robots are starting to make offshoring less attractive. We've got a book claiming the end of globalization, and we've got these questions of, is apparel manufacturing coming home? Yet, despite all this hype and speculation, there's remarkably little empirical evidence, and what evidence does exist has pretty mixed conclusions. A part of this is that existing work has relied on industry-level measures of automation, which means it's quite difficult to disentangle the mechanisms. At the same time, we've got this emerging automation work in the labor literature just over the past kind of year or two, starting to look at the firm level implications of automation, finding we have quite different conclusions when we look at the firm level. And obviously this question has massive implications for industrial policy. So many developing countries, of course, are considering this big question of should they be pursuing manufacturing-led development, and to what extent, and with which policies. And there's this narrative that automation is going to perhaps lead to reshoring, or mean that future global value chain expansion to developing countries might be less feasible, could have a strong influence on these policy decisions. And obviously massive amounts of money is spent on these decisions in terms of FDI attraction, export promotion. So understanding this question is pretty important for getting at these policy decisions. So given this is quite a new area, and there's lots of research that's kind of only been coming out over the past year or so, and it's quite niche, I thought I'd just quickly summarize what we already knew. So there's I've grouped papers into 3 different groups. So there's one group of papers which has shown these negative causal effects when looking at country industry trade flows in terms of the impact of robots in high-income countries on FDI or trade with lower-income ones. But on the other hand, there's also a group of papers showing negative effects. So particularly when using WEOD data at the country industry level, there are a couple of papers which show negative associations or causal effects of automation on offshoring. And then there's also a group of papers which have looked at specific country examples. So we've got Mexico, Brazil, and Colombia, all of which there's evidence that exposure to automation in higher income countries, and particularly the US, has had a negative impact, causal impact, on measures of exports or local labor markets, employment in these countries. One common theme these papers all have is they're all relying on data from the International Federation of Robotics on robot sales at the industry and country level. So what we're going to try and do here today is look at this question at the firm level using data on firms in Spain, because we think when we look at the firm level, we might be able to disentangle some of these mechanisms. So we've got a data set of Spanish manufacturing firms with quite a long time period from 1990 to 2016. which is quite unique in having variables on firm level technology adoption and specifically 3 types of automation, and also having some data on importing and multinational activity. So what we're going to start by doing is just documenting the characteristics of firms that automate with these technologies and what their global supply chain variables look like. Then to get at the causal impact of automation on these measures of trade and multinational activity, we're exploiting variation in occupational exposure to robotics inventions, which meant that at some point during this time period, it became technically feasible to automate certain tasks and not others. And what we're going to do is use this methodology that Michael Webb has developed in his job market paper, which extracts from the text describing patents the task that patents are being designed to conduct, and looks at how much this overlaps with what humans are conducting in specific occupations. We're then going to explore what the causal effect is of automation on importing and multinational activity, lower income countries. So a quick preview of results for anyone who doesn't have much time. So from a developing country perspective, this paper is to some degree good news in that we find this strong positive impact of robot adoption in Spain on importing and multinational activity involving lower income countries. And the main reason we're finding this is we're finding that automation actually causes firms to start newly importing or opening affiliates in lower income countries. The not so good news or bad news is we do find some composition effects, some evidence that automation does shift the composition of trade away from lower income countries, in that when we look at firms that were already offshoring before they started automating, they increase their value of imports to higher income countries more than to lower income countries, meaning that their share from lower income countries declined. And then the complicated, this is obviously quite a complex question with like lots of different things going on. And one thing we do find is that there's some evidence that automation changes the nature of global value chains and shifts the activities conducted in lower income countries towards horizontal or rather than vertical FDI when looking specifically at affiliate activities. I'll maybe skim past other related work in the interest of time. So which data are we using? So we've got this data set, it's the Spanish ESCE data. We've got 5,840 Spanish manufacturing firms spanning this time period, 1990 to 2016. And it's essentially large firms. So when we're looking at automation, we're looking at 3 specific variables, and they're all dummy variables. One is the use of robots, one is computer numerically controlled machines, and one is flexible manufacturing systems. Then we also have a specific variable we're going to use to look at the intensive margin of automation, which is investment specifically in industrial machinery or equipment. Then in terms of trade and MNC variables, so this is not transactional trade data, we don't have product level information, but what we do have is simply the value of imports defined by region and the number of affiliates by region. And so we're going to look at this group of lower income countries, which we're defining here as non-OECD and non-EU countries. And we're going to look at both the value of imports, the import intensity, which is imports relative to production, and the share from this group of countries. Then we also use data, employment data from the Census of Population and Housing, and Google Patents, public data, and ONET for the patent measures. So some quick stylized facts, and to some degree, this is myth debunking. So in terms of the growth of firms using these technologies, so we often hear about explosive growth in kind of robots or digital technologies, but we find in our data actually growth was pretty steady, particularly when you're looking at the extensive margin, which is just the share of firms in the data set using these technologies. So it roughly doubled over this 26-year time period. When we look at the type of firms that are automating, although these firms are in the minority, they dominate market shares. So in 2014, this 33% of the sample that used robots still accounted for 64% of employment, 66% of value added, and 72% of exports. So these firms are far larger and have distinct characteristics to firms that don't automate in terms of being more productive, more internationally oriented, and being more likely to have affiliates in developing countries. When we look at our import values over time, the increase is actually far more dramatic. So the value of imports and imports intensity over this time period increased sixfold. And on the right, the share of imports from lower income countries really increased rapidly from 2000 to around 2010, but then declined after the financial crisis. So when people talk about kind of automation and reshoring, the typical story is that firms started offshoring, then kind of robots became available, and then they all started reshoring. But what we find is actually firms were more likely to have started automating before they were likely to have started offshoring, here defined in terms of importing intensively, which we're classifying as being in the top 20th percentile, either of the sample or the industry in terms of the import intensity from lower income countries. When we look only at robots, we find similar results, although firms were about as likely to start using robots before as they were to have started offshoring before. Then when we look at what the firms that select into automation, so here we look at both the characteristics of firms that automate and the characteristics of firms that will automate in the future. And we find that these firms were more likely, even before adopting robots, to import from lower income countries, and they had more affiliates in lower income countries before starting to use robots. And once they use robots, that gap then widens, but they had a lower share of imports sourced from lower income countries relative to total imports. And that gap also widens when comparing robot users and future robot users. Then in terms of the productivity, so we find actually the most productive firms both automate and offshore to lower income countries, either looking in terms of importing or looking in terms of whether they have affiliates in these countries. So this is the labor productivity distribution by firms classified into whether they only automate, if they automate or import intensively, or if they do one of the other, or if they do neither. And the curve to the furthest right is the curve for the firms that do both. So these few stylized facts have then influenced our modeling of this question. So a few of the building blocks that we wanted to incorporate into trying to understand how to explain this or how to model this. The first one, as you kind of saw from the stylized facts, firm heterogeneity is obviously pretty important here for automation. So we're doing this in a Mellet style framework with heterogeneous firms. We then wanted firms to have this choice between the option to offshore, the option to automate. And so we've taken a task-based framework similar to that used in the automation literature by Acemoglu and Restrepo, which is a task-based framework where firms produce a good by combining a continuum of tasks. But we have added to their model by also including this option to automate tasks. Then I think the stylized facts also suggested, given only a small number of firms are automating or offshoring, it suggests some form of upfront fixed costs, some reason why firms aren't able to do so. So we're also including a fixed cost for both automating and offshoring to explain this kind of sunk cost aspect. So I'll just quickly go through the model. So what we have is basically baseline marginal costs of production differ as in Mellets. We've then got production, which combines a unit measure of tasks, and tasks can be performed either by labor at home, by offshore labor, or by robots. And there's a subset of tasks that can be conducted by robots. There's a subset of tasks that can be offshored. And importantly here, the subset we're assuming, the subset that can be automated is narrower than the subset of tasks that can be offshored. So if this is your task spectrum, you can offshore a proportion of them and you can automate an even smaller proportion of them. Then either offshoring or automation both involved paying an upfront fixed cost, and offshoring involves iceberg transport costs. So what does this model imply for the impact of starting to adopt robots? So firstly, there's a within firm effect, which depends on whether the firm is already offshored. Within firm effects. So the first effect is a displacement effect, which is just a direct replacement of tasks that were previously done either by offshore labor if the firm was offshoring, or home labor if the firm wasn't offshoring. Then there's a productivity effect that all firms have because they expand, because their marginal costs are lower because we're assuming it's cheaper to offshore or automate tasks. So that means they can expand and demand more tasks that aren't automatable. Then, importantly here, for non-offshoring firms, the productivity effect can actually induce them to start offshoring because their revenues expand, and so they're more likely to be able to afford the fixed cost of offshoring. Then this model obviously implies between firm effects of market distribution to the more productive firms that are able to take advantage of the opportunity to automate. So then taking us to the data, so our empirical setup is we are looking at robot adoption. So this is simply a dummy variable for whether a firm uses robots. So for this part of the empirics, we're now focusing only on robots because our IB strategy is specific to robots. So impact of robot adoption on our outcomes, and we're going to control for firm fixed effects and industry year and region year fixed effects. This is obviously not going to be an exogenous variable because robot adoption is likely to be endogenous. There could be reverse causality or common shocks or selection effects. So our identification strategy aims to isolate only the supply side of robotics inventions. So our basic idea here is that a lot of advances in the capability of robots have stemmed from the technology side, supply side, which has often been new inventions at research institutions or improvements in complementary technologies. So for example, in the robotics industry, mobile robots were typically really expensive and kind of not commercially viable until smartphone battery technology improved so much that batteries became really cheap and really powerful. And then mobile robotics really started to take off later. So it was pretty much exogenous, particularly to the firms demanding these technologies, that this technology was invented, which then was able to automate certain stuff they did and not other stuff. And so what we do is we take Michael's methodology, which is to extract from the patent title description the tasks that the robotics inventions are designed to conduct, and look at the overlap between occupations conducting similar tasks. The way we do this is basically to extract the verb-noun pairs from both these robot patent titles and from the occupational descriptions. So things like weld metal, you would find both in if a metal welding robot was invented and a patent was filed, you'd also find in certain descriptions of occupations, which we're taking from ONET, which would suggest that certain occupations can be to some degree replaced by the invention that's being filed in the patent. This then allows us to construct an over time gradient in the extent to which different occupations were exposed to new robotics inventions, essentially. So what we then do is we weight these occupational exposure scores over time by baseline employment shares in the industry and region that the firm is based in, using 1980s occupational composition data. And a big part of our IB strategy basically exploits variation in the occupational composition of the same industries across different regions. So here, for example, is the most and least exposed industry region pairs in Spain. And what we found is actually there are a lot of industries which have both a highly exposed and quite a lowly exposed industry in different regions, because the same industry can have a very different occupational composition. So an example here is the electronic materials sector in Extremadura is heavily reliant, or was in the 1980s, heavily reliant on machine tool operators, which were then highly automatable using certain types of robots. Whereas the exact same industry in the Canarias was not at all reliant on machine tool operators, but has a far more basically jobs involving manual dexterity, which were not automatable. And so you have quite a different score, even for the same industry. So then to get to our results, the most important key findings are, we find a strong positive causal effect of robot adoption, within firm robot adoption, on imports, and these variables are all specific to lower income countries as opposed to higher income countries. So both on imports from lower income countries, affiliates in lower income countries, and some weak effect for the import intensity from lower income countries, being imports relative to production. When we look at the extensive margin, we find this strong effect of robot adoption on firms starting to import. Again, this is specific to lower income countries, and on the employment at their main affiliate. Then when we look at the activities at the main affiliate, so the Spanish data asks firms about the main activity of its affiliate, and asks whether it's adaptation and assembly of parts provided by firms in Spain, or whether it's marketing and distribution of products manufactured in Spain, or whether it's similar production to the production that's conducted in Spain. And what we find is there's an increase in firms reporting that their main affiliate activity is marketing and distribution or similar production, whereas there's no effect on adaptation and assembly, suggesting that this looks kind of like it's hinting at this being an increase in horizontal rather than vertical FDI, where there is an increase. Then a key part of our model is that given there are these sunk costs of automation and offshoring, you would expect the effect to depend on whether a firm had already offshored when it started to automate. So we also try and look specifically at firms that offshored first before they automated. What we find for these firms, we don't find any evidence of reshoring, as in there's no negative effect on the value of imports from lower income countries. But there is a decrease in the import share, suggesting that these firms are increasing imports from higher income countries more than they are increasing imports from lower income countries, such that the share is declining. Likewise, we also look at interaction effects and find there does appear to be a differential effect on these results, depending on whether a firm would first importing intensively or not. Then in terms of domestic outcomes, what we find is similarly to this kind of emerging literature on the firm level impacts of automation, there's a strong positive productivity and output effect of automation. So starting to use robots has a strong impact on both the value of output and labor productivity and TFP. We're measuring TFP here using the Levinson-Petrine method, but we also have measured it using early Pakes, and the same thing applies, and a decrease in the labor share. So then in terms of robustness, the next question is, what is driving this result? So a few things we looked at and were particularly worried about where is this something to do with other factors which have made offshoring easier or cheaper at the same time, which just so happen to have corresponded with patenting activity. So one thing we do is to use, or maybe jump to, yes. We control for, so we conduct a similar IV as in Hummel's et al.'s 2014 paper, which basically looks at increases in world export supply. So we're taking the baseline shares of each firm's imports. So basically, if you're a firm that was importing a lot from China, and then China has massively, obviously, increased its exports to the world, you're then more likely to start offshoring to China. So we add in this instrument, finding that this doesn't seem to remove our results and actually makes the coefficient stronger and is, as you would expect, positive itself. Another key thing we tried to look at, similarly, we were worried, is this something going on with tariffs that happen to co-occur with patenting or is somehow correlated? And similarly, we find controlling for exogenous changes in tariffs. And here what we've done is we've exploited the MFN tariffs, which are set at the EU level, so plausibly exogenous, and created two controls, both for same industry tariffs and imported input tariffs. And here what we found is similarly, it seems to not affect the coefficient size, but seems to only increase the magnitude of the coefficient. Another key question has been, we obviously in this analysis, we're looking at dummy variables because that's what the Spanish data provides. So we're only able to look at when a firm is starting automating rather than for a firm that is automating and is increasing their number of robots. So another thing we try and do is we don't have the number of robots, but what we do have is the investment in industrial machinery and equipment. So what we also look at is for firms that are adopting robots, when they increase their value of industrial machinery and equipment, what result does that have? And we find, obviously the coefficient interpretations are different, but we find a similar effect at the intensive margin as to at the extensive margin, in the increasing your stock of industrial machinery and equipment also increases the value of imports from lower income countries and the number of affiliates, and has an impact on import intensity. We then also were worried this was all about the auto industry, which is the most robot intensive and the most highly automated industry and is quite an important industry in Spain. So we've also tried excluding the auto industry. What we find is it does reduce coefficients. So some degree of this story is an auto industry story, but even for industries excluding the auto industry, there's still kind of a relatively significant, slightly weaker and slightly lower effect. Then we also try using an alternative instrument, which is based upon a paper by Greets and Michaels, which uses the applications in the IFR robot sales data to essentially come up with categories of newly invented robots as they become commercially available and look at how that has affected robot adoption. It's also has a strong first stage. It results in similar qualitatively similar results, but slightly weaker and slightly lower coefficients. But generally the story seems relatively similar as with our patent instrument. So then where does that leave us? And there are some other robustness checks we've also done, also excluding the financial crisis period doesn't seem to have changed these results. Likewise, looking at changing import intensity thresholds and different PPML models and alternative like weights and things doesn't really change results too much. So what we conclude from all of this is it does look as though automation has this positive within-firm effect on imports and affiliates. And this seems to be particularly driven by firms starting to newly offshore as a consequence of automation. It also looks as though automation has this strong expansion and productivity effect that seems to be being shown in quite a lot of new papers at the moment, which are all using firm level data of automation. But there are a number of unanswered questions that remain from this. So, I mean, the key question is just why is there this big increase in imports from lower income countries or multinational affiliates? We also tried to look, one question was, is this that firms become multinationals and they simultaneously start using advanced technologies and start trading a lot more with the world? So we tried controlling also for multinational like status or the lag of multinational status. It doesn't seem that that's a story. We also tried controlling for other forms of TFP shocks. So it also doesn't appear to be a TFP shock story in itself. Some remaining possibilities we have is, could this be growth in imports in less labor intensive products? So here we don't have product information, so we can't really look at what's being imported. Or is it that this is growth in importing from firms that are automating offshore themselves? So basically, are you offshoring the automation? Which could be the case. I mean, it's well documented that a lot of kind of outsourcing companies, for example, Foxconn in China has been shown to maintain its market share, but start adopting technologies and automating at a very fast pace itself. So it could be that that's what's showing up in our data is firms in Spain previously had a contract with an outsourcing firm in China and they maintained that contract, but that firm started automating, became cheaper and more efficient, and now they buy more. While the firm in Spain also started automating. Then a final question is, which countries is this increase concentrated in? Because we can't really get at that with this Spanish data because it only gives us regional variables. So a big question is, could this be a China story in that what we're seeing is simply firms in Spain starting to automate more and then demanding more from China? A next question that also needs to be answered, so in line with the many unanswered questions, how does this then square with these negative results? Because there are a fair few other papers who found quite convincing evidence of negative impacts, particularly the country-specific studies. So another possibility is, are there winners and losers within this low-income country group? So is this again something about a positive East Asia story and a negative Latin America or Central America story, or even Africa story? It also could be in our analysis, given we're studying Spain, and as I showed, firms were equally likely to have started using robots as they were to have started offshoring first, and they were more likely to start automating first. Is it that Spain was late to the offshoring game, and if we looked at the US would have started offshoring far earlier, and so we'd see very different effects. It also could be that there's a between firm reallocation story, so we also haven't really explored that here. Then I'll just finally finish with a few thoughts about policy implications, given this is the STEG conference. So, the first probably policy conclusion is a lot more work needs to be done on this question to really understand it in more depth, because this is kind of only scratching the surface of what's quite a complex topic. But if we do take these results to mean that further automation might increase rather than decrease offshoring, then the question is, what is this increase concentrated in, and how can developing countries take advantage of this increase? So which products did they offshore? Did they offshore kind of a very different subset of products? Which activities were they conducting at these affiliates? Was it different ones? And then this story of offshoring of automation, I think needs to be explored and could have also still negative. This could be a Spanish firms' automation increases offshoring, but actually offshoring is now far less labor intensive. And so the impact for developing countries is still a pretty negative one. That needs to be explored first. Then I guess a big part of that would then be, if that's the story, then does the ability of developing countries to adopt technologies matter a lot for whether they're able to attract automation? So if you're a developing country, should you be attempting to encourage the adoption of, say, robots yourself in order to make yourself still an attractive base, as what they're doing in China, which is subsidizing industrial robots through a range of financial incentives? Or finally, does this all just reflect contract stickiness? So is it that firms or countries that got in there early have some form of path dependence? And that's what we're seeing here. So proactive industrial policy could have payoffs. Or finally, another question is this just a story of global firms, these like extremely large productive firms that adopt every form of technology and do every form of trade, and they're actually now controlling increasing shares of global trade? And so we're not actually going to see deglobalization, but merely the concentration of global value chains in existing superstar firms or superstar locations. Anyway, lots of food for thought there. I'll leave it there because my time is up. Maybe can do some Q&A.
Thanks, Katherine. We have a hard stop at 4 p.m. So I'm going to, there are many comments and questions on the chat.
Okay, yeah, I couldn't see those as they came up, so. Okay.
So the first one, you can also read it, but the first one is about...
yeah, now I can see.
Yeah. How much Spanish first collaborate, being that they're so large, the ones that concentrate is the robotics, how much they collaborate or invest in research in universities and research centers?
Yeah, so I'll answer that question firstly. So I think we were also quite concerned about that, which is specifically why we dropped the auto sector, because I think there is lots of there are a lot of examples of large auto firms, like specifically filing patents themselves, or like, yeah, investing a lot in gaining the specific technologies they want. In terms of firms outside of the auto sector, our assumption was generally that the firms that are able to do that are likely to be large multinational firms, and actually Spain doesn't have all that many of those in other sectors. So we have to some degree assumed it's probably unlikely to be a dominant force going on, particularly given much of the production of robots happens, it's very concentrated in a few countries, particularly the US, Japan, Korea, and Germany, kind of largely dominate the robotics manufacturing space. So it seems quite unlikely that firms outside of the auto sector in Spain would be able to influence global patenting for robots, given the really small market shares, or almost zero market shares of Spanish firms in the robotics industry. I hope that answers that question.
So I have the same question as the second question in the chat by Gatson. Given that we have the paper by Teresa Ford that shows that these communication information technologies, the effect they have in this offshoring, extreme offshoring contract manufacturing service. So I was wondering the same thing when you divide what is coming from these ICTs and what's coming from robots. You have that distinction in the data.
Yeah, so I think this is a really good question. We probably could control for ICT specifically. I suppose we'd probably want a similar instrument to our patent instrument, but that only reflects ICT as opposed to robots. Whether you'd expect them to be correlated, I wouldn't yeah, I don't see a reason why they would be, but it's a good point. Maybe we can try and find a way to control for that as well.
Maybe can I join in that? I was raising this question indeed.
Yes.
Like
please.
Natalia said, I was thinking about the type of technologies that you identify in your analysis. So you start out pretty soon, somewhere in the 1990s already, when I thought that not a lot of robot activity was yet going on, but a lot of information and communication technologies were developed. And I was thinking that, okay, depending on the nature of the technologies, they may differ in terms of how they impact on particular tasks being performed. So one could think that, say, computers or ICT technologies could have a bigger impact on, say accounting tasks or clerical type of tasks, maybe the more analytical manual tasks, whereas robots could have a stronger impact, say, on fabrication tasks, on the manual routine type of tasks. And in that sense, one might think, okay, there's these different technologies that could have a different impact in your study.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question and a really good point. I suppose the first part, I was also surprised at how many firms already were using robots in the 1990s. But I think it's actually been shown that robots are they're an older technology than we typically assume, in that they were kind of developed, industrial robots particularly started to be developed in the kind of 60s and started to be quite widely adopted in the 80s. It's just, they weren't particularly interesting and they were concentrated largely in auto manufacturing firms, such that all of the kind of talk about robots now is typically talking about mobile robots, which are a lot more exciting because they can move and do things. So I think that's kind of a common misconception actually about robots, is that they're more of a new technology, particularly for industrial robots. On the second part, the ICT revolution and its impact on enabling offshoring, I fully agree that's a very different and important technology trend that was happening at that time, which has obviously been shown quite widely to have enabled kind of the global value chain revolution, and obviously would affect quite different, like software would affect kind of more white collar jobs rather than here blue collar. I guess because we're only looking at manufacturing firms here, you might expect that to be less of an issue, in that I would expect if we were studying the services industry, I might be worried more about that. But I definitely agree, and I will maybe see if we can find a way to control for that, to ensure that's not kind of driving our results, and see whether that's had a differential effect in enabling offshoring. So thanks, great points.
So people have many questions on the chat. Feel free if you wanna raise your hand and ask yourself. But the next question is Hagen. You wanna ask yourself? No? Okay. And then Federico. Okay, so this question is it's a question about empirics. If you allow for changing task compositions within occupations over time, or do you keep them constant for the entire mapping?
No, so that's kept constant for the entire mapping, because firstly, we were worried about endogeneity, so we wanted to just hold that fixed at the beginning. But also the nature of the ONET data is, ONET is not really a time series, it's a snapshot. So it's very difficult to do any form of time series analysis. But I agree that it's important. I think we'd have to think more about like which direction the bias would go, or how we think that the composition of tasks within occupations would be changing. But yeah, thank you. It's a really good point, and I think something we need to think about more.
So I have Federico first, then Todd, Paula, and Costas in that order. And Joe has one on the chat. So Federico, please.
Thanks. So I was interested in the dynamic effects. It seems that some of your effects are kind of contemporaneous and seem sort of fast, given that we know that, you know, offshoring is sort of like a slow moving object. It was kind of surprising to see that sort of adjusting fast to the robot adoption. So maybe if you take into account the dynamics, you might get even bigger effects or smaller effects. I don't know, depending on which direction the sort of the mechanisms go. But so related to that, I was kind of just interested in more the empirical design. So it's like you're using this shift share shock, and it would be sort of interesting to kind of exploit the sort of event study dimension of this, sort of similar to recent metrics paper, sort of studying more the properties of these types of shocks. And that would sort of help you in, first of all, looking at the dynamics, but also looking at pre-trends in the firms that are marginally more exposed relative to marginally less exposed to this variation.
Okay, yeah, it's a great question and an important one. I was actually wondering this morning if I should be repeating this with lags of robot adoption instead of the current switching. In terms of the long versus short, I fully agree. Yeah, and I thought about this when I started out with this project, in that kind of part of thinking about the fixed cost, it's obvious that firms' decisions to offshore are really sticky, and they probably only make them kind of maybe once a decade. So I guess what we're, particularly the affiliate aspect here, I guess because we're looking at imports, that part I might expect to adjust faster, but I think affiliates definitely you might expect it only to be affected, say like 10 years later or something. I think in terms of the shift share literature, we are exploring that. We actually discovered it's quite difficult. I was about to run all the controls from the new Beruziak et al. Paper, but discovered it won't be possible in this setup because we've got quite a different setup with time varying shocks and also shares that aren't at the local labour market level but are at the firm level. But I do think it's a really important one, which we need to explore a bit more and figure out how to manage these dynamics, basically.
Todd is next.
Thanks. I guess, you know, when I think about robotics and its effect on labor markets, I feel like we're still maybe at the tip of the iceberg. This is just kind of the beginning, and we're more worried about what's coming than what's happened. And of course, IV estimates are late estimates. So, you know, you're telling us about what has happened in the industries that have been affected. And so I guess two things. One is like if you break it into subsamples or look at different periods, are the effects changing over time? And then second, do you think at some point you might be willing to indulge in speculation, looking at, you know, the newest patents and how they map into the newest ONET, what sorts of jobs or industries will be affected more in the future in Spain, and how that might affect look?
Yeah, I also think these are hugely important questions as well. Part of our motivation in writing this paper was kind of that observation that we talk a lot about robots now, but actually robots have been around for decades. And yet, as you said, we know like remarkably little about their effects, particularly their micro effects. And I fully agree. This is like only the tip of the iceberg. We haven't looked at how these effects change over time. We could, and maybe we should. So I'll maybe add that to the to-do list. I think in terms of, I think it would be fascinating to look at the different types of patents. I mean, we've simply looked at the time, basically the stock of those. We haven't looked at the type of robots. But I can imagine there probably is a big difference in the type of robots coming out over time. Particularly, I think the post-financial crisis period is a really important one. Unfortunately, it's kind of messed up here because of the financial crisis. So we've ended up kind of excluding that period because it's only 5 or 6 years, and then the financial crisis is about half of it. But I think if we got more recent data, and for whoever does follow-up work, which I think a lot of people should do, and we will try to do, I think it would be really interesting and important to look at, like, particularly the post, even 2015 to 2020 era. I think the robots have been really different. So maybe I'll add it to the list to try and look at like 5-year periods, and also could consider probably for another paper looking at the changes in the patenting over time. I think that would be really interesting. Thank you. Great suggestions and points.
So we have two questions, Paula and Costas, and a comment of Joe on the chat. You want to take Paula, Costas, and you take the two questions together, and then we'll go to the chat if we have time. Paula.
Thanks, Natalia. My question is about, the instrument. So the instrument is, the new patents that appear for robots that could be used in that industry, right? Is that correct?
Sorry, the patents are at the occupation level. So we've got patent level occupation measures. So for each occupation, it's a time varying measure of how much patenting activity was there that could replace what people in that occupation do.
And then you map that to the firms using the industry classification? Or...
Yeah, we use both the industries and the regions. So the industry region pair. So we're looking at the occupational composition of that industry in that specific region. And that's a key part of how we can then still use industry year fixed effects and region year fixed effects to take away like industry shocks and region shocks. So we're basically exploiting the variation in the composition of industries in different regions.
Okay. I mean, I guess one question is that, you would expect innovation activity to be faster in growing industries, right? So I think the finding that, industries, right, or firms that specialize in goods or tasks where you have faster innovation, you should also see growth in, international trade, productivity, industry sizes. So have you thought about that being an identification threat?
Yeah, so it's a really good question. So we have, and that's why we wanted to include kind of industry year and region year fixed effects to pick up kind of any common industry time trends and any region time trends. We then wanted to pick up firm level trends. So I guess the question is, were there any shocks which would be correlated with both offshoring and the patent instrument at the firm level? So we tried to anticipate what some of those shocks could be, both by controlling for the offshoring shock, controlling for the import tariff shock, also just controlling for lagged TFP shocks, lagged multinational status, and also using this different instrument to try and pick up whether there was something specific to patenting. Does that kind of answer your question? But if you have any suggestions of other things you would do to address that, they would be much appreciated. I do wonder whether we're still missing something.
Yeah, I don't have a specific suggestion. I think this is challenging, to the extent that, innovation is endogenous. So I was wondering, maybe looking at pre-trends, whether, growing industries see a spike in innovation, right after they start growing. Maybe that type of granular causation could help you,
Yeah, it's actually on our list is to look at pre-trends. So that's definitely something we need to do, and I will do. Yeah, I do think that's an important point.
So last question from Costas, really quick.
Okay, yeah, no, I mean, it's kind of a little bit more of, very nice presentation, and I think it's kind of, very, very novel findings. But one part of the presentation I felt was lagging, like it was the theory part was lagging versus the empirical, in the sense that there was a little bit of a tenuous link of the theory with the empirics. Maybe by using the model to understand the data better, you would also understand the aggregate effects, which actually Joe is asking in the chat. So that could be connected to his question. Yeah, that's kind of just the future direction. Use the theory to interpret your empirical findings.
Right. Yeah. Good point. I think we went from like theory to empirics, and then empirics back to theory, and then changed our theory in line with the stylized facts. But I think we're then wanting to use it more, or kind of, to be honest, develop it in a more extended way, because I think quite a few of the predictions seem to be borne out, but there's a few key ones which aren't. And I think we're kind of, particularly in terms of affiliate activity, I think we need to consider more like changing our model a bit more to include the different role of affiliates, as opposed to importing rather than treating them the same. But yeah, I think we definitely will extend the theory a bit more, and then also try and use it to estimate things like aggregate effects.
Okay, I'll have to interrupt now. Thank you very much, Katherine. Thank you, Natalia.
Hi, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the discussion so far. It's 5 p.m. UK and GMT time. So the next paper is on the impact of Chinese FDI in Africa, evidence from Ethiopia. It's by Nicola Limodio at Bocconi University. This is a very interesting topic that has received a lot of discussions lately as Chinese FDI increase in Africa. So Nicola, you have 40 minutes to present, and then we'll ask questions and have discussions. Go ahead, Nicola. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Elaj. And it's wonderful to be virtually here. And also, I would like to thank Joe, Doug, Katherine, and all who worked at the organization of this conference, and STEG in particular, because this is a crowd that many of us. We know many of us. We've seen each other in different conferences. It's the first time in which I see so many of us in the same room, though virtual. And it's fantastic. And I've been enjoying papers in different fields, from climate to more macro to more micro. So it's really intellectually stimulating, and I hope to bring to contribute to this. So this is joint work with Riccardo Crescenzi from LSC. And, as Elijah anticipated, China has become the largest FDI contributor in Africa, and that's self-proclaimed by Chinese news agency Xinhua. That was true in 2018, and it's becoming even more relevant as time goes by. Now, the research question of this paper is very simple, perhaps even overly naive, because the research question here is, what is the impact of Chinese FDI in Africa? Why is Chinese FDI special? That's something I will discuss a little bit toward the end, and whether that is special, that's something we need to understand. But really, kind of the first discussion we're having is, first, does Chinese FDI have an impact? Second, what type of impact does it have? And, there is not so much research on this topic because it's difficult. And, so there are many different views that are extreme. And when there are extreme views, that's probably a good time for an economist trying to answer this. And, some describe Chinese FDI as a way for Africa to become China's China, or, so, in a sense, creating opportunities and stimulating business. And so, having, in a sense, a drive for prosperity. Other view, as Chinese FDI as a chain of colonialism, as a way for Chinese to exploit, business opportunities in Africa, and continue, in a sense, reinforce a negative interpretation of this phenomenon. In this paper, what do? Well, we go straight for an empirical test, with some guidance from theory that I will describe, mostly from trade, and one empirical method, really, more than the empirical test. We are going to combine data from the census of large and medium Ethiopian firms. We'll have data on more than 600 establishments from 2002 to 2012. Universe of FDI projects per district. The first dataset comes from the Ethiopian, from the Central Statistical Agency of Ethiopia. The second from the Ethiopian Investment Commission. And the third is going to be satellite lights that we know is very valuable. And, we use it fully in this paper. What we are going to be exploiting as a source of exogenous variation in Chinese FDI is going to be an instrument, a policy, a tax, an export tax that is introduced in China, and I will describe in a few slides. That will be varying to some extent per district sector. What we are going to do is basically exploiting changes in these taxes on exports that are applied in the country of origin, so in China, that fluctuate per sector over time. We're going to combine that with the fact that different districts in Ethiopia have an heterogeneous exposure to particular sectors where Chinese FDI flows in. And then we're going to be using a certain algorithm, a certain machine learning algorithm to create medium-term, a satellite light panel at district level for a medium term for 20 years, so that we can track how Chinese FDI has an effect not only instantaneously on lights and on economic conditions, but also, after a few years. What do we find? Well, the first thing that we observe is that when export taxes in China go up in a sector, there is a reallocation of activities from Chinese companies from producing in China towards producing abroad. And in our particular case, in Ethiopia, we see that there is an increase in FDI in Ethiopia in that specific sector. And this increase is stronger in districts that are more exposed to those specific sectors. So in particular, we see that while export taxes go up in China, there is an increase in Chinese FDI going in those sectors in Ethiopia. We see that non-Chinese FDI doesn't seem to be responding to these changes in export taxes in China. Now, how does that affect the local economy in Ethiopia? The first thing that we do is that Chinese FDI produces very heterogeneous effects. We see that if you are an Ethiopian firm in a district sector, so Chinese FDI is arriving and you are competing with these Chinese producers, you are shrinking and divesting. You are being hit by a negative shock. This is true for your production, for your employment, for investment, for prices, and so on. However, what we observe is that if you are in that district, but in a sector that is connected either at upstream or downstream of the sector of Chinese FDI arrival, we see that you are not negatively hit. If anything, you basically are experiencing a positive, you will be experiencing an increase in your production, your employment. If you are neither a competitor nor upstream or downstream, we are not really seeing much, and I won't even be showing you the table. There is very little action going on there. So basically, that's our first view using the census. We see that competitors shrink and divest. Companies connected through the input-output linkages are expanding, and the others are, to some extent, less affected. Then what we try to do is to go beyond firm-level effects and try to look at aggregate. And we see that on impact, Chinese FDI arrives, and there are really no changes that we are observing. So there is more or less a precisely zero effect of Chinese FDI on district growth. What we observe, however, is that after 6 to 12 years, we see actually a positive and statistical increase in the effect of Chinese FDI on local economic conditions measured through satellite lights. So that's basically where we kind of end the paper. We see this composition of effects, and we see that there is this overall no aggregate effect in the short run, but as medium run goes by, we see these positive effects. What are we drawing from the literature? I don't want to spend too much. I don't want to bore you too much that. But there is a literature on the proximity between FDI and exports, and that's not something we are inventing, and that goes long in the trade tradition, and basically that companies can optimally readjust production in a country or outside of the country depending on the relative cost of these productions, and that's basically what we are showing here. Export taxes go in. A paper shows that exports go down in China. Exports from China decline. We bring to the table the fact that FDI increases. And then there is a large literature on FDI, local firms and agglomeration. And recently one by Natalie Bo and Alder Matre in India that adds on top. And there are papers, very good papers on FDI in Ethiopia. There is a paper by Laura Brontingham and co-authors that find that FDI has negative effects on the leather industry in Ethiopia. Basically, the Ethiopian industry has been suffering significantly from the arrival of foreign capital, while a very nice paper by Abibi Macmillan and Serafinelli finds positive effects and knowledge spillovers being created by FDI. In a sense, here we are being, to some extent, we are not digging too much into the mechanism that is driving this positive effect. We are kind of giving you, to some extent, an accounting. We find different effects and, these aggregate local effects that we are not describing whether these are knowledge spillovers or there are, some aggregate demand externalities, more like laser, which could be studied further, or, could be the object of another paper, maybe. Okay, let me give you a roadmap and how I plan to move forward. A little bit about the empirical strategy and the identification, data results. Let me tell you a little bit about Chinese FDI. Chinese FDI accounts for 10% of total FDI in Ethiopia in 2012. So we are stopping in 2012 because after that year, unfortunately, I stopped having connections with the World Bank in Ethiopia, and so I ceased to have access to data from the Central Statistical Agency of Ethiopia. But I hope to be able to resume this connection to some extent, as things will improve in the country. Now, the number of Chinese FDI projects was around 17% of total, about 1,000 out of 6,000 in that period. And what we are exploiting here is the fact that in China, there are export taxes that I will describe in great detail in the next slides. That's what we are exploiting here for identification. And let me tell you that, probably the best thing that I can do here is, first of all, show you an FDI map of Ethiopia. So this is Ethiopia with different zones, and we can see in gray areas that there are FDI recipients, and with shades, zones that receive Chinese FDI specifically. So there is some variation, not an enormous amount of variation geographically, but it is what it is. Where is the variation that we are exploiting? Well, let me tell you here. It's a bit that's something How does it work for firms when they are exporting? Some of us in this virtual room will know a lot more than I do. So apologies for this oversimplification, but I think that kind of works. So if I am a company and I'm selling domestically, I will be paying a sales tax. So X% of what I sell is going to go to the government. What happens is that I am allowed by the government to deduct a certain percentage that I paid myself on inputs. So the effective tax that I'm paying to the government will be only Y%. Now, that's basically it. When we sell abroad, there are two steps there because the sale tax is due to a foreign government while the domestic inputs are paid to the local government. So what OECD countries have agreed to is to have a neutrality of VAT. So VAT is neutral across OECD countries. So that if you are a company selling domestically or internationally, basically will give you the same tax and will not that's to boost competition and integration of markets and so on. What is unique about China is that China does not follow this. And in fact, the rebate that the local government, so when I sell abroad, I will pay this tax to a foreign government. My government will give me a rebate on what I have lost with this tax. What the Chinese government does is not to give a full rebate, so that in a nutshell, companies will pay an effective tax on export. I pay to the foreign government a certain why. I am rebated for less than I paid on the VAT of the inputs that I purchased. And this difference is actually an export tax. What we are going to leverage in this paper is the fact that these export taxes change over time for different sectors in China, and that's what's going to give us our sector time variation that we exploit. And very, very importantly, this is not something that we have collected. That's a wonderful paper by Gordon, Herring, Monion, and Ponce. They did all the hard lifting. And to their credit, they are the ones that came up with this wonderful data set. It's a database of China's export VAT taxes at HS6 at product level. What they do, they basically verify what happens to Chinese exports, to the export of certain goods when this VAT, when this export tax effectively change. And in line with what you would expect, the theory would tell us, when export taxes are higher, export decreases. So there is a 7% decline in exports when VAT, when export taxes go up by 1%. What we do is to take this data, aggregate them at the sector level, that's the variation we see in Ethiopia, and basically apply this to FDI. We expected these tax rates, and we can see that there is no serial correlation of these tax rate changes. We cannot reject that there is no reverse causality, so that Ethiopian production does not predict changes in these export taxes, as you would expect. That's in the paper. Let me give you an example of what we are actually talking about here. This picture shows you this export tax for 3 products, for 3 sectors: textile in red, food and tobacco in blue, and ceramics and glass in black. We can see that, for example, food and tobacco saw an export tax of a little bit above 6% in 2003. That's pretty stable. Goes up mildly in 2009, comes back again, and then stays stable. Ceramics and glass, on the contrary, stays exactly 4%, triples from 2007 onward to 12%, then decline and stays at 8%. Textile was at 2%, goes up in 2004, 5, and then comes back in 2011. So these different taxes have different evolutions. We don't really know what is happening. What the literature says that that's basically internal industrial decisions in China. But as long as these don't correlate with local condition in Ethiopia, as we show, there shouldn't be too much of a problem for our identification. And let me also show you a little bit overall how much these taxes change over time. This is the overall change in the tax from 2002 to 2012. Some sectors see big changes, like chemicals, ceramics, metals, rubber. Some others see very mild changes, like textile, food and tobacco, electronics, and so on. And now we take this time series variation and we combine it with the fact that different districts in Ethiopia have a different sectoral specialization. So to give you a sense, how do we measure that? For the years prior to the arrival of Chinese FDI in 2002, we say, okay, how much of the production of Ethiopia is concentrated, of this sector is concentrated in this district? For example, let me show you Adama. Adama, between 2000 and 2001, produced 25% of all paper produced in Ethiopia, 17% of food, 11% of chemicals, and basically nothing of very little of other sectors. Similarly, Valmera produces about 33% of ceramics and very little of others. So this is basically our cross-sectional source of variation. now I'll show you just plain difference in difference, but we are planning to apply all the recent Bartik methodologies, Borusak and Goldman-Pinker and so on. Okay, so what are we going to do? We are basically planning to see how Chinese export taxes affect Chinese FDI, and then we're going to see how Chinese FDI being instrumented with export taxes affect, well, a bunch of stuff at firm and aggregate level that I will show you. Data is the census of large and medium-sized firms. We see production, employment, investment, raw material. We have establishment level infos, and this is more or less what we see. We'll have Ethiopian Investment Commission data. We know the location, the capital, the timing of FDI projects. We have the country of origin. Problem is we don't know the recipient firm, and we don't know some other information that would be valuable. But I'll tell you in a few minutes. And then I'll tell you a little bit what we do with satellite lights. That's a little bit new and valuable to some extent. And of course, we welcome your thoughts, and many of you have thought very deeply about similar questions. So we can get good feedback to improve the paper in many aspects. Okay, let me show you how these Chinese export taxes affect FDI. It's going to be a very simple and plain difference in difference model. We're going to be running the amount of Chinese FDI that district D in sector S at time T gets over the export tax of sector S of the previous year times the exposure of the district to a particular sector, with district sector, sector time, and district year fixed effects to try to isolate as well as possible this specific variation. We use this lag of Chinese export tax at the previous year. We verified that contemporaneous effect is very small. If we go beyond 1 year, we don't see effect. So for some reason that, probably there are adjustment costs, it takes time to reallocate production, but we see that lag -1 seems to be the one, that is driving our correlations. Here I've told you a little bit what this is. We cluster standards a two-way, districts and sector, and we try a bunch of things. So the first thing that we do is to use log. So we are basically using log of FDI, log project, probability of FDI, using hyperbolic sign transformation. We see that basically when we have a 1% increase in export taxes in sector S in the previous year, we see that districts that are 1% more exposed will see a 3% increase in the amount of Chinese FDI. This amount is, basically in Ethiopian birr. So this is money, an elasticity of money a semi-elasticity of money that we're finding. When we go and think about number of projects or probability of having a new project, these are columns 2 and 3, we see that the number of projects goes up by 40%, and the probability of having a project, which means there are district sectors that have no project, and they see their first project for the first time coming from China, goes up by 24%. These are, our first statistics here. If we just use plain log instead of inverse hyperbolic sign transformation, we see very similar magnitude for our cases. Keep in mind one thing: these numbers may seem very large, but that's because the amount of Chinese FDI in the early 2000s was actually very small. So we start observing Chinese FDI in Ethiopia from 2002. And so as you can see, the probability of having a Chinese project in a Chinese FDI project in a district sector cell is only 2%. So that's giving you, a bit of a magnitude of where we are likely to see the strongest impacts. Probably among, it's going to be an extensive margin argument. Okay, now what are we going to do next? We take this first stage and we use it for a firm level analysis. So we're going to be using various variables for firm F located in district D for establishment of F. District D, sector S at time T. We regress using this FDI measure that we construct. with a firm fixed effect, district time, and sector time fixed effects. We are gonna both present an OLS, which is the plainest possible correlation, and then we're going to instrument this using the previous equation. And the variables that are going to be used in this estimation are going to be the log of production, of employment, of investment, and so on and so forth. And there are always going to be the fixed effects I presented earlier. First, I will present you a plain OLS. Then I will give you the IV and the reduced form estimates. There are questions in the chat. I'll be happy to address them as we go toward the end. I can see the yellow button. I'm not techy enough to be able to see both, but I'll be back, I promise. So okay, this is OLS, our OLS estimate. Column 1, it's for the value of production. It's basically one proxy of product. It's going to be total employment in column 2, book machine value in 3, raw material in 4, and a price index, which is effectively, we can think of it a bit as a measure of markup. It's the value of production at price sold divided by the value of production by companies. This can be interpreted in multiple ways. What we see once we present you OLS estimates is going to be that Chinese FDI, in a pure correlational sense, we can't really reject a zero effect, except for employment. We see a decline in employment. This is true in the OLS. This is going to be true in all the IVs that I'm going to be presenting you in my presentation. So this is true in OLS, and once we instrument it as well. But overall, short run effect of Chinese FDI on local competing firms doesn't seem to be either on the positive or negative side. Now, once we use the instrument that I described earlier, we see very different effects. Here we're running this regression. We see an F statistics of 36.49. That's the first stage F. We see that the arrival, basically a doubling of Chinese FDI in a district, in district D and sector S, would lead to a decline of 70% in the value of production for firms that are in the same district and the same sector, a decline of nearly 30% in total employment, 32% in machine value, though this is much noisier, we see much higher standard errors, a decline in raw material, that's a proxy for inputs, and a decline in markups. So this, we can think of it as perhaps it's a competition shock. There are more firms coming in with a better technology. Competing firms are suffering this to some extent. So this is our idea. Once we use a simple reduced form, which we are just using, we're just plugging in our treatment in our firm level equation. These are our results. Magnitudes are, we see again negative effects. Magnitudes which are more or less related to the previous ones. Let me tell you one thing that is important here that I would like to underline. So we decided to be very, very tight and keep as many fixed effects as possible. In particular, both sector here, which are absorbing the tax itself, and district here, which are probably also absorbing a lot of local level spillovers. We wanted to try to give you as neat as possible of an effect. So this specification is likely not to consider local general equilibrium effects, which might be absorbed by district time fixed effects. You will see that if we remove this district time fixed effect, our F goes up by 5 times, and we get much stronger effects. Of course, you will have, the interpretation of those results is gonna be a little bit trickier. So you'll see that when I will go aggregate with satellite lights, I of course will remove this district time fixed effect. You'll see a much larger first stage F, but also much larger effects. So we need to keep in mind this point. Okay, so what happens when I go one step up? Basically, what am I doing? I define up and downstreamness according to Antras and co-authors, Bocconi, and many others, 2012, 2018. Unfortunately, and we match sectors with their input-output linkages using BA exposure, but we couldn't find very reliable data for Ethiopia, so we approximated with this. And so what we are doing here is saying, okay, I have firm F in district D in a sector that is either upstream or downstream of the one that the Chinese FDI is arriving. And then we are doing basically a very similar regression to the one before. So I'm basically matching a different treatment. If you are upstream, I'll match you with the export tax of the upstream sector or with the export tax of the downstream sector, always with firm district time and sector time fixed effects. And again, the structure is going to be always the same in this type of regressions. What do we see here? Well, first we focus, let me tell you why we are not doing an IV here. We are only presenting reduced form. The reason is that, it's more conceptual than practical. We could do that. I'm not sure what does it mean. Because the effect, Chinese FDI is arriving and is having an effect on upstream firms in two ways. The first is directly, I arrive and I may source some of my inputs or provide some of my inputs to firms. And so this is a direct effect of Chinese arrival. The second is the fact that local firms may lower their demand or their supply of inputs. And this may be a separate effect. So by having a reduced form, we are bundling these two in. And so we are basically going forward with this specification. We see a different picture here. We see that for upstream firms, we see a positive effect of export of Chinese FDI, of Chinese export taxes on the value of production, a significant expansion in total employment, basically what this picture, and investment, raw material and prices as well. Again, the significant effect are going to be on employment and machine value. Employment, for some reason, seems to be the variable that moves the most in this, for some reason, for obvious reasons, probably, but that moves the most here. How do we interpret the coefficients of column 2 and 3? A 1% increase in Chinese export taxes induces in districts that are 1% more specialized in sectors that are upstream of those of the tax by 0.24% and 0.57% for column 2 and column 3 respectively. At downstream, we see that, again, we see positive effects. Employment moves again very vigorously. Magnitudes are going to be smaller for value of production, book, machine, and raw material, but there seems to be a movement of markups as well. Again, different models could rationalize these results. What seems to be happening for sure is the fact that there seems to be an employment reallocation from hit sector, from competitors to upstream and downstream sectors, which could be, which could go toward the paper of Seraffinelli and co-authors that there are knowledge spillovers, and that are probably driving some of these results. When we do a similar effect on other sectors, we aggregate, we see very little action. So let me, in the interest of time, I only have 8 minutes. I want to tell you how we try to go beyond a firm level study and try to speak to the aggregate effects, which are plausibly important. And we're going to do it through a method that we all know, and it's going to be using satellite light. The good thing of Ethiopia is that it's a country that was very dark in 1993, as you can see in this picture, and becomes a lot brighter, as you can see in 2013. So there is, beyond having this admirable growth path that at the moment is, to some extent lowered by the recent facts, there is a lot. There has been a lot of healthy growth, and that has been going on in this country. So it's ideal to some extent to study. Now, what's the problem that we face? The problem is that we would like to study medium, long-term effects of Chinese FDI on growth. The technical complication is that there are, as many of you may know, there are two satellites out there. One is the DMSP-OLS satellite that covers lights from 1992 to 2013. And then there is the VIRS, the Suomi NPP satellite that goes from 2011 to 2018. So we want to try to build a panel that, you know, is as long as possible, because the simultaneous effects may be very small. So reality is that these two data sets, these two satellites, they have different sectors, they have different technologies, they have different sensitivities to different moments of lights. And so in a sense, what we do very naively is to use machine learning to homogenize these two series and make them to some extent comparable. What do we do? Basically, we are exploiting the fact that there are 2 years, 2011 and 2012, in which these two satellites are overlapping. And so we try to train an algorithm. We train many, and then we use the usual type of, you know, checks to verify which algorithm works best, to say, okay, let's try to basically link these two satellites over time. Let me tell you in a nutshell what happens. This is Adwa, one of the districts that we are analyzing. Basically, you can see the red lights from 2012 onward is going to be the new high quality data produced by NOAA. The red with dashed line are going to be the old, no, sorry, the blue are going to be the old satellite. And the way, what we are basically doing is training our machine learning algorithm to convert the old satellite data into the new satellite data. And so basically what the red line that goes from 2000 to 2019 is basically going to be what is in our series. We try different things. We also remove all these, you know, all these conversion of lights. Results would be the same. But we thought, you know, that's something useful that could be done in other contexts as well. We do a bunch of post-ML checks, but you know, showing that there is correlation between, you know, night lights and GDPs there. But let me not bother too much at the moment. Okay, now what do we do here? That's the last bit that I ask you. It's basically we are aggregating. All the analysis was, you know, at sector level with, you know, heterogeneities at district. What are we doing? Well, very simply, a district will have different sectors with different weights on the specialization and different export taxes. We are basically taking a weighted sum. So the weighted, so for every district, we build a weighted export tax by using as a weight the specialization of the district. And so we are gonna basically run, I call it GDP, but it's really gonna be the log or the inverse hyperbolic sine transformation of lights in district D at time t over this FDI that we have, Chinese FDI in district D at time t with district and time fixed effects. And we are going to instrument this using the export taxes at district level. As you see here, of course, I'm not going to have district time. I'm not going to have some, you know, fixed effects that are absorbing some of the effects out there. So these include both the competition effect I told you of Chinese FDI and other general equilibrium effects that I am able to account for in the previous specifications. The outcome is going to be the log number of pixels, Al-Anderson, Donaldson, Sorigar, 75 districts for 14 years. We cluster at district level. And let me present you. So the first thing that we do, we run lights in district D at time t on FTI of district D at time t. And then we run lights after 3 years on Chinese FDI at time t, lights after 6 years, Chinese FDI at time t, and so on and so forth. And so let me show you the first table. That's basically the table on this. If we just run an OLS on pixels, of light pixels on Chinese FDI, we see a positive correlation, but we can't really reject a zero effect. Once we instrument, in column 2, we instrument Chinese FDI with these export taxes. And we see that there is a very strong first stage out there. But then we see that we are basically applying this IV in column 4, or we are using the reduced form in column 3. We don't really see much. So on impact, the arrival of Chinese FDI doesn't seem to produce neither positive nor negative effects on the local economy, where the local economy here is described at district level. We can see that the first stage of F is much higher here, exactly because, as I mentioned before, we are having a lot more variation here, which is important to keep in mind. Now, so if we repeat this exercise at year 0, after 3 years, after 6 years, after 9 years, after 12 years, and we are basically I am plotting here the OLS coefficients with the 95% confidence interval. This seems to be a little bit of a positive coefficient, but we seem to be marginally rejecting at 0. So we are borderline able. We reject it, but not so clear. However, once we use the IV that have been exploiting in this paper, we see different effects. We see that still for the first 3 to 6 years, results seem to be positive, but they seem to gradually increase over time. So the effect seems to be probably around 0 after 3, somewhere small but statistically significant after 6 years, and then seems to be positive and increasing. So this is an interesting result that again can help us thinking of why that is the case. Maybe there is a story of reallocation. Maybe there is a story of knowledge spillovers coming in. I mean, there are many mechanisms that could be driving these results and that we are really unable to tell. I should probably stop. So there are a few other checks and other things that we are doing, including verifying whether imports change. But I think Elijah is going to stop me. Let me conclude. 20 seconds. We study the effects of Chinese FDI in Africa. We use the changes in the country of origin. And in terms of policy implications, we have a mixed view. Opening up can present heterogeneous effects. Policy implications are open because we know that there may be positive effects on local economic activity, but are there fiscal transfers to, basically compensate the losers and tax the winners? That's something that many of us in this room are thinking about in the future. So thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you for your questions. I see that the chat is going on, and I'm happy to get your feedback and to improve this paper as much as we can.
Yeah, thank you, Nicola, for this very interesting presentation. I can see it generated a lot of discussion in the chat room. So what we'll do, we'll go to the discussion where we'll have people can raise their hands if they want to talk, and I will also go through the chat and raise some of the issues raised there. But maybe let me start. So one of the things you talked about, the last finding about the impact of the FDI on GDP growth and the GDP using the light. So in Ethiopia, they had over time a lot of increase in power supply, right? So that played a role, and also they had a big housing development project, and this is by district. So they can decide they want to have a city in a district, and they will go build massive housing in that district. So all these things have effect on that. So I wonder if you are controlling the increase of power supply, and also whether some of these districts were designated areas of housing, so that can impact the luminosity in the lighting. So that's my first question. The second one is on the increase in taxes in China, looking at the changes in the firms in Ethiopia in some of the districts. But again, here it's related to the policy, Chinese policy, Ethiopian policy, where they have different rules for different sectors, right? So it's not a totally open economy. It's a managed open economy. So they can decide, let's say we want people to do in the chemical, but we don't want anyone to be in the financial sector, or we don't want anyone to be in food production. So how those things affect the changes in what you see in the domestic market. So let me stop here with those two questions, and I'll see what participant has to say. Yeah, thanks.
So you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Fantastic. No, these are very good questions, and on the first question, let me say that I mean, in this virtual room there are people who know a lot more than me on both power supply, Nicola Moneke, colleague and friend from LSE, and on power supply, and on housing, Simon Franklin. So they will be the super experts on these topics, and I learned a lot from them, and and their work that I really recommend to all of us to read and cite extensively, as we are doing in one of the overly repeatedly featured versions of the paper. Now you make a point that is important. You make both points that are very interesting. I think on the first, I can tell you something. On the second, I can tell you less. Now, I mean, as Nicola points out, in a sense, power without control is nothing. I think that was a slogan by a famous multinational a few years ago. Power matters. Power matters in conjunction with other infrastructural investment. And you are right that what you have in mind is the fact that the allocation of electricity investment in Ethiopia may correlate with the presence of Chinese FDI. That's what you have in mind, which then can be a separate channel through which, that's what you had in mind, right? But I cannot hear you.
Not just that.
Okay.
So I also have in mind that it's not only linked to the FDI, but it is linked to the fact that a city is the home of massive housing development, which will increase lighting. Right?
No, that is right. As long as as long as you believe that these housing projects. So the point is, first of all, can I answer you explicitly? No, I can't, because I don't really know. Beyond that, I don't think I have data on where the other housing investments are going on in Ethiopia. I don't know whether you would be worried about that if this placement of housing projects follows the placement of Chinese FDI. I don't know whether that is the case. Perhaps I can tell you. What I can tell you, however, is that we can see at local. We can see a couple of things, whether they correlate with these Chinese export taxes. For example, whether imports from China respond to these export taxes, or whether the local conditions in Ethiopia affect these Chinese export taxes, the driver of our identification. That doesn't seem to be the case. Now, to answer your point in detail, I don't think I'm able to do it for a reason. I don't really have data on housing projects in Ethiopia. So if so, I could basically run a regression where I have, housing projects mandated by the government on my instrument and see whether that is changing or not. If it is, well, then there is something that I'm missing in the paper, and the fact that probably, this arrival of Chinese money and the allocation of complementary Ethiopian public investment is part of the deal. What I can tell you, for example, is that the opening of airports or the upgrading of airports doesn't correlate with the arrival of Chinese money, and not even in interaction. So I don't see an heterogeneity of my effect, whether airports are built, opened, or upgraded. But the second point that you make is also interesting about the fact that Ethiopia is a managed economy. The Growth and Transformation Pact, they open different sectors in different times. They put caps that are then released, which could potentially be used for identification separately. I'm not doing it in this paper, but potentially that could be done in conjunction. Of course, it's going to be hard to know what is driving those, the release of those caps at sectoral level. But that's an interesting question that could be of interest in terms of policy implications. So, in fact, I recommend this paper by Natalie Bo and Adrien Matreo, the staggered liberalization of foreign capital in India, where they show that basically, the arrival of capital generates positive effects. There is reallocation going on, particularly in sectors that have, weak banking markets. And I mean, that's something we could go in that direction a little bit more extensively, probably as well.
That's fine. Thank you. Anyone else want to ask question? Or should I go to the chat? People don't raise your hands if you want to speak. Otherwise, let me ask Ezra. You raised an important point in the chat about the puzzle on the effect of taxes. Others had some questions on why taxes are increasing in China, but I think your explanation later answered some of these. And so Ezra, can you ask your question?
Sure. So first, very nice paper. Interesting experiment. The question is, I would have expected in a baseline model with a proximity concentration trade-off, if export taxes rise, that makes it more expensive for Chinese firms to serve Ethiopia. They could have done FDI before and they could do it after. They can trade before and do it after. But the export taxes rise, you would think that would raise the cost of serving Ethiopian customers. And it seems like what you're finding is that increases the competition that these local Ethiopian firms face. And I'm curious how you think about, if I'm understanding export taxes correctly, how you think about how that might come about.
So it's maybe let me, I'm not sure I explained correctly then. Let me try to, if I understand your question, and let me quickly repeat the way that I interpreted this policy change. So basically, we have a Chinese firm that can either decide to produce in China and export in Ethiopia, or shift part of the production in Ethiopia to serve the local market. Right. So the way I thought about this is that if export taxes are increasing in China, what I will be doing on the margin is to move part of my production to Ethiopia to serve the market.
Sure.
And so basically, I am skipping the export tax in this way.
Right, but they could have done that before, and it seems like the reason they choose not to is because it was cheaper to export from China. Okay. And so the export tax means that they're using what was a less good option to serve the Ethiopian customers, right? So, but without the export tax, it was not such a good option. With the export tax, they choose to do this less good option. But somehow that is even though you would think that would make it more expensive for the Chinese firms to serve the Ethiopian customers, which in some baseline models would mean that there's less competition for the Ethiopian firms. So maybe there's a way to think about competing for local labor or maybe some non-convexity in production, like some fixed cost of production that can reconcile it. But just at the first pass, it's interesting and surprising that the effect goes into, seems like it raises competition for these Ethiopian firms.
The one part, so one thing that we are, I get radical answers there. Some people say, oh, it's obvious, and if you take the old models seriously, that's exactly what you should observe. But in some other cases, that's the reaction that I face. One possible, so what do I find particularly interesting and probably to be a driver of what we see is what's the labor intensity of the sectors, and in particular, are you shipping labor abroad? And what does that imply? To give you a sense, when you go to Addis, you will find, you used to, now I don't know, in the past couple of years, you used to find a lot of Chinese work. Companies would come with their technology, with their market, with their workers. And now I don't know if that makes it, I don't know if you change the labor intensity of the coming company alter, if it makes the predictions of those models to a little bit, squaring what we see here. In a sense, let me rephrase. Is Chinese FDI special? What could be special is that basically it's not going to be just capital coming in, but capital combined with labor. And then that embeds some of the points you raised before that unfortunately we don't really know that much. And is that implying that there will be a different technology going on, a market for different technologies? So I'm expanding the frontier of technology in my country. I'm exporting the old technology in a new country. And so the reality is that unfortunately I don't know to what extent I can really answer all those questions with the data that I have, but that's something interesting to raise to this room and to this.
So we have 3 other questions, so let's move quickly. Let me ask Monica, then Hagen and Jadon in this order. Thank you. Ask your questions.
Great. Nicola, thanks for a very interesting paper. So my question is related somewhat to Ezra's point, but more on what are the implications for your identification strategy, right? Because the export tax suppose that for some firm, they did not decide to increase the foreign direct investment, but still it might have affected the profitability of the export, right? So shouldn't that then, given that that already affects the competition of the Ethiopian producers, shouldn't that be problematic for your exclusion restriction in the sense that your instrument is affecting things through a channel which is not FDI precisely?
Thank you, Monica. That's an awesome question. We were worried about this. The reality is that in this other paper that basically does the hard, let's give they do the hard lifting of collecting data. They show that when these taxes go up, exports go down. What we did was to say, okay, but what happens to Chinese imports in Ethiopia? And actually, that's basically you can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Here we are basically log Chinese imports in Ethiopia, different sectors, which we are regressing on the tax. Now, without sector and year fixed effects, with sector and year fixed effects, we can't reject 8.0 effect. Now, why is that the case? Is that only affecting the FDI arrival, but not the imports as well? Probably the best answer that I can give you here is that Ethiopia might have not been a huge market of Chinese imports, but more a market of Chinese FDI. In a sense, Ethiopia is being used. Those early slides talk about China, Africa becoming China's China. That seems to be the case for Ethiopia. Ethiopia is not, the country that, as we all know, is a country, not of natural resources, but with a very extensive industrial base. So, but this is, that's a correlation that we observe now. Does that save us completely? No, but because you would want more detail, you would want district sector data on imports, which we don't have. Maybe some of you do. But that's a great point.
Again, go ahead.
All right, thank you. I have basically 2 questions. So the first question relates to your identification of regional specializations in different sectors. So at your slides that you presented relatively to the beginning, you identified them based on the share of the national sector, so the regional share in the national production. Wouldn't it make more sense to identify it based on the share of one sector within the regional output, or do the data simply don't they exist? And my second question would be,
let me write it down though, because 2 questions. Yeah. My limited attention.
So I can see that.
No, please go ahead. Now I have it.
Okay, the second question relates to, so I really like your mechanism that you're exploring, and I think it's quite relevant. But there's also this debate going on the prospect of industrialization in Africa. And many of the optimists in the strategy chart are pointing out to the potential of rising wages in China for Africa, because they will over time get a relative wage advantage. Do you think you could test the same mechanism with sectoral wages in China and the effect on employment in Ethiopia or other sub-Saharan African countries, or do those data also not exist? Thank you.
That's a very cool suggestion. So you say, well, in conjunction with the increase in export taxes, you could basically have multiple sector level treatments where you have changes in export taxes and changes in local level wages. So I think that's potentially doable. And you're right that different sectors have seen, different wages and so on. Now, of course, that while I am basically taking, I mean, those would be two different motives for Chinese companies to ship their production abroad. I don't have this data, but that seems to be promising. You know what I would really love to do that I don't? To know what's the labor intensity of the Chinese FDI in Ethiopia. So I would like to have a measure. Okay, how many Chinese workers would share, something saying arrived, because that seems to be like employment in this paper. Like, it's the one variable that doesn't matter how much you try to take it down. That seems to be the key driver of all the adjustments that we observe. So again, of course, there is labor economics that we know so much about that thing. But I was surprised to see, how relevant this determinant is. Regarding your first question, and then I probably need to shut up. So I want to think a little bit about it. I don't have an answer on top of my head, to be honest.
Yeah, don't worry, it's fine. I just wanted to suggest that because I was a bit wondering about it.
It's a good point.
So,
thank you.
Okay. Thanks. And quickly, because we are out of time, but let's have Ziadong ask his question, and please provide a short answer so we can move to the keynote speech. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be very quick. So just a comment. I think over this period, I think there's another change that could be relevant here is that the Chinese government has been encouraging domestic firms to do outward FDI. So this may answer some of the question earlier about why they didn't do it before and they do it now. It's because, so you may want to look at those policies. They try to reduce the current account surplus by encouraging outward FDI.
Absolutely, I should. I don't know how much data I will have on variation across sectors, but that seems to be promising. For example, there are wage subsidies for workers relocating. I don't know if there are heterogeneous across sectors, but no, you're right. I mean, why they were not doing it before? Perhaps you're answering Ezra on my behalf, which is lovely and makes my life a little bit simpler. So,
okay.
I hope.
Okay.
I wanted to thanks Nicola for a great paper. Thanks Alhaj for moderating. Nicola, there's a bunch of questions that we didn't have a chance to get to that are in the Q&A that you might want to take note of and answer by email. But now I want to hand it over to Monica for the keynote.
Thanks, Joe. So next we have an exciting talk by Melissa Dell, the keynote speaker. Melissa, are you there? I don't think I can see you, but I trust that you have joined the...
Yeah.
Okay, now I can see you. Great. Okay, so it's my pleasure to introduce Melissa Dell. Melissa is Andrew Feurer Professor of Economics at Harvard. She graduated from MIT in 2012, where I had the pleasure of overlap for a few years with her and see her research being developed from the very beginning. After graduating, she joined the Harvard Society of Fellows for 2 years, and then she proceeded to join the economics department at Harvard. Only 4 years later, she was promoted to full professor, and her stellar career has received a number of important recognitions, such as the Clark Medal in 2020 and the Calvo Armengol Prize in 2017, among several others. She has made a number of breakthrough contributions in the fields of political economy, economic development, and economic history. And she's now leading a large initiative in the Harvard's Institute of Quantitative Social Sciences to develop novel deep learning methods to process historical data, which I have no doubt that will for sure lead to significant improvement in our capabilities to develop frontier research in economic history and related fields. So without further ado, Melissa, we're very excited that you're here and to learn more about what you have to tell us today. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you for the invitation, and thank you to everyone for sticking around. So I'm just going to pull up my slides. All right, can everybody see that?
Yes.
Great. So I'm going to be talking today about colonial institutions and structural change. And so the motivation sort of for this talk and for part of my research agenda is that extractive colonial institutions may be an important reason why some places remain persistently poor. And so most famously, papers like Asimoglu, Johnson and Robinson have argued that extractive colonizers plausibly set up weak institutions that have poor property right protections, and that lowers growth and lowers development in the long run. However, when you go and kind of read the history and the details about how some of these institutions work, it becomes clear that there could be other channels at play. And notably, colonial powers sometimes establish complex systems in order to create the surplus that they wanted to extract. That surplus wasn't there to start with, and they wanted to find a way to sort of leverage the resources, the labor of their colonies to produce a surplus. And this could have had counteracting effects, positively influencing local development through persistent effects on how economic activity is organized. And so I'm going to examine both of these hypotheses, drawing upon two of the most prominent examples of colonial extraction that I've written about both of them, the Peruvian Mita, through which the Spanish forced indigenous peoples in Peru and Bolivia to mine silver during the Spanish colonial period, and the Dutch cultivation system in Java, through which the Dutch forced the indigenous groups in Java to cultivate sugar. And so I'm going to start by talking about the cultivation system, and I'll just kind of fairly briefly outline my results, and then I'll talk about the Mita, and then I want to talk a little bit about what we learned by combining these different important examples about how the history of extractive institutions can influence structural change and economic development through the present. And so just to provide some introduction, the island of Java was the center of the Dutch colonial empire. Today, it has a population of over 160 million people and remains the center of Indonesia. From the early 1830s through the 1870s, the Dutch colonial state forced peasants living along Java's northern coast to cultivate sugar, which was then processed locally in nearby sugar factories for export to Europe. And the revenues from this system at their peak accounted for over a third of Dutch government revenue and 5% of Dutch GDP. And so in financial terms, this is kind of the largest example of colonial exploitation that you'll find. Sugar production in Indonesia later collapsed. Today, Indonesia is the world's largest sugar importer. And I'll show you that the long run effects I find aren't the result of sugar production today per se, but rather go through other channels. And so in order to organize this system, the Dutch established a series of nearly 100 water-powered sugar factories. And they had to establish so many factories because raw cane is very heavy, it spoils easily, you can't transport it long distances. Essentially, they needed to process the raw cane and to process sugar on site. And so in order to do this, the Dutch essentially constructed a catchment area with a radius of around 5 kilometers around each of the factories, and they forced all villages within the catchment area to reorganize their land and their labor to grow sugarcane, and they also required those villages to provide labor to the factories in order to process the sugar. Local officials in these villages were empowered by the Dutch to make this happen. And there were a huge number of people involved. So reports from the 1860s show that over 2.5 million forced workers labored in the sugar factories or related services. Okay, and so just to speak a little bit broadly about what we might expect the economic effects of the system to be based on the historical literature. And so first of all, it's important to understand what was there initially. Before the system, Java was primarily a subsistence rice economy. It had feudal-like land arrangements, and so there were essentially these lords that had associated laborers who were required to work on, for them cultivating rice or to give a tribute of rice to them. Extensive road and rail infrastructure did not exist. There were almost no roads in Java. And so they had to be constructed once the cultivation system started to connect the areas that produce sugar to the ports that could export that sugar where it was sold on local markets for the profits of the Dutch. But not all of the sugar was of sufficient quality to sell on world markets. And so the factories were also permitted to sell the low quality sugar locally, potentially spurring other food processing nearby, since sugar goes into almost all processed food. The factory and transport workers were often paid a wage, and the subjected communities received incentive payments. And so, while presumably these incentive payments were below the market wage, or there wouldn't have had to be coerced labor, they did receive these payments, which some historians have argued introduced kind of money into these economies that didn't have it before and could have promoted exchange. Consistent with that, we see the residencies, which are like provinces that were more involved in the cultivation system, experienced a greater growth in markets historically. And then a final thing that I'll look at is that there's a literature that talks about the distributional effects of the cultivation system. And essentially, initially people argued it could have been bad for long run development because it equalized the land distribution. This was more of an ideological literature. An empirical literature more recently has argued that the cultivation system had disequalizing effects, because essentially the village heads were responsible for assigning land for government cultivation, and they used this as a pretext to distribute the land to the village where they would control it, or potentially to their cronies. Okay, and the final thing I want to say briefly before sort of showing you the results is that there's potentially external validity to this case. And Japanese established a large-scale modern sugar cultivation and processing industry in colonial Taiwan, and which is something I've looked at. Like, I don't have any way to identify what the causal effects of that are, but the correlations are very similar to what I'm going to show you in Indonesia. The British also established tea and jute plantations and processing facilities in India, and the corresponding transport infrastructure in ways that were kind of very parallel to what the Dutch did in Java. Okay, so now I want to look at this quantitatively. I want to understand the long-run effects that this has on local development. And so by local development, I mean, how does it affect places that were more impacted versus less impacted? Obviously, there could be general equilibrium effects. It could have affected the entire nature of the Indonesian state. There's no way to be able to quantitatively estimate those broader effects. But what I'm really focused on here is the places that were more impacted by this. How is development there different today and why? And for that, I need to be able to collect very detailed data on the places that were impacted by the cultivation system. And so I'm going to get that from these reports that were compiled by the Minister of the Colonies in the 1850s that list which villages contributed to each sugar factory and how much land and labor they each provided. And so these are archival records. They look like this image I'm showing you. I have this information for over 10,000 villages. And so we're talking very, very detailed, disaggregated units. And that's going to be very important to the effects that I'm able to estimate. I'm able to geo-reference these data using information on sub-village locations today. And so again, we're talking about kind of a very precise sense of exactly which places were subjected to this, a very precise sense of how close specific locations were to these sugar factories. And then I'm going to use a variety of outcome data from population censuses, village censuses, agricultural and economic censuses, and household surveys. These are mostly more kind of modern data, 1980 onwards, because I need data with very precise geographic identifiers, but I'm going to be able to trace effects further back in time using cohort analysis and historical maps. Okay. And so in order to examine this question, we obviously need to understand, you know, why the Dutch put factories in some places and not others, and what a reasonable counterfactual would be. So in order to do that, I'm first of all going to examine, you know, what happens in the areas near where the sugar factories were built. So I need to identify a counterfactual. What we do is to exploit the fact that catchment areas were often adjacent and factories could not be too close together, despite the fact that there's many geographically suitable sites. And so once one factory was located, this constrained the location of the adjacent factories. They put the first factory at a given location along a river. It's along a river because it's water powered. And they can't put the next factory 2 kilometers down the river because that's too close. There won't be enough land around those factories for them to operate at their minimal scale. But they can put it around 5 kilometers down the river. And this is the case essentially with all of these sort of nearly 100 factories. If you shift one of them upstream or downstream, you'd have to shift all the rest of them. And we exploit this fact in order to be able to create the counterfactuals. And so what we do is to construct 100 independent counterfactual factory configurations in which each factory is shifted anywhere from 5 to 20 kilometers to a suitable location along the river and is randomly shifted to that location. And in order to be suitable, the point needs to have land around it that could grow sugar, obviously, and we determined that just based on empirically where was able to grow sugar historically. And the factories cannot be too close together. And we also make sure that they're approximately balanced around the actual distribution of factories, although that's not kind of too important to the results that we achieve. Okay, so maybe this would be clearer if I show you with a picture. And so here you have an actual factory in green, and that's a 5 kilometer radius around it with the green circle. And you see the rivers, it's along a river since the factories were water powered. And in the background, you see sugar suitability. The blue areas are the ones that are suitable for sugar, which essentially means they're flat places at low elevation. And now you see that red dot. That's a potential counterfactual factory. It's been shifted up the river, you know, maybe 5 or 6 kilometers. And again, there's the red circle around it. That's a 5 kilometer radius. That's the average amount of land around it that would have been subjected to having to grow sugar cane. And you can see that that area is sugar suitable as well. And so that is an eligible location. And we can do this many times to find many different eligible locations. You know, of course, when we do this for the analysis, we're not just shifting one factory, we're randomly shifting, you know, all 94 factories at the same time. And locations, the equilibriums that we create in order to be, you know, an eligible equilibrium, they can't be too close together, and they need to be geographically on average balanced around the actual factories. And so this shows you the distribution of placebos, and you can see essentially that they're very close to the actual factories. And so we're essentially shifting the precise locations of the factories around in these general areas that all had these sugar factories. Okay, and in order to measure effects, what we'll do is to run a simple regression where we have an outcome of interest. So that could be the share of population working in agriculture or in manufacturing. And we will regress that on the distance to the factory, where we have bins for being anywhere from 1 to 20 kilometers away from the nearest factory. And we'll have factory fixed effects and some geographic controls. And we'll do this for being close to the actual factory. And then for each of these 1,000 counterfactual factory arrangements that we simulate, we'll do that again for each of those counterfactual simulations. And so we'll have an effect of being near the actual factory, and we'll have an entire distribution of effects of being near counterfactual factories. And we can report the difference between the actual effect and the average of this placebo distribution of effects to get a treatment effect, and the position of the actual coefficient in the absolute value distribution of these 1,000 counterfactual coefficients can be used to compute a p-value. And so I'll show you this graphically in a minute, and hopefully it will be clear. But first I should say that for identification, we need that the pattern of exogenous characteristics around the counterfactual factories should be the same as around the actual factories. And this assumption is plausible because of the constraint on not placing the actual factories too close or far apart. And so we're essentially just shifting them around in the same area, but moving them upstream, all upstream or downstream a bit to change the precise distribution. You know, a factory could have been placed at that counterfactual location, but it wasn't because it would have been too close to another factory. And these are just a series of graphs that show you the elevation within 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, up to 20 kilometers from the actual factory, and then subtract out the mean of the placebo distribution. And then look at where that coefficient falls in the placebo distribution. And the bottom line is that none of these effects are statistically significant. And so if you look at elevation, slope, distance to coast, a variety of other geographic characteristics, distance to pre-existing locations like the different capitals, these are all balanced. So how these characteristics change as you move away from the actual factory is the same as the way they change when you move away from these counterfactual factories. Okay, so now let me get into the main results of how this affected economic organization. So as I stated before, sugar is no longer central to Indonesian agriculture. We'll look directly at sugar in a minute, but first let me just focus on places that don't have a modern sugar factory nearby, which is the vast majority of them, because I want to look at effects on the structure of the economy that go through different kind of channels and not just sheerly the fact that there could still be sugar production there today. And so I'm going to look at industrial structure using household surveys, firm level data, and population census microdata from the 1980 census. And so what you see here, we're looking at the impact on the share of people working in agriculture in different locations. And so on the left, each of these is a coefficient. And so the first box in the upper left-hand corner is what's the effect of being 0 to 1 kilometers from a sugar factory. The red line is the actual factory. And that black distribution is the distribution of placebo coefficients. And you can see you're way out kind of in the right tail if you're near the actual factory. And so that's very unlikely to arise by chance. But then as you get further away, by the time you get 5 to 6 kilometers away, the impact of being near an actual factory is basically just in the middle of the distribution of being near a placebo factory, which tells you that there's not actually any effect. And you see these coefficients, the red line subtracting out the mean of that black distribution plotted on the right. And so places that are, in close proximity to one of these colonial sugar factories are about 20% less agriculture than we would expect, had they not been near that factory. And you can see this in, 1980, you can see it today, they're just less agricultural. The converse of that is that they have much more employment in manufacturing, more employment in retail, especially recently, greater population density. we look specifically at what kind of manufacturing do these places have, looking at industries that are upstream and downstream from sugar and at sugar itself. And so if you look at sugar processing itself, yes, places that are right there where the historical sugar factory was are more likely to have sugar processing today, but that's a small number of places. When we drop those, as we do in the baseline sample, obviously that effect goes away. None of these places are growing sugar today. When we look at employment upstream from sugar, which is like, farm and capital machinery, there is an effect in the full sample, but not in sort of the main sample that drops the places that are producing sugar today. Whereas when we look at employment downstream, we see that even in places where there's not a modern sugar factory, and in most of these places there hasn't been a sugar factory since the Great Depression, they still have a much higher concentration of industries which are downstream from sugar, which is like mostly other types of food processing. They also have other public goods, which leads to kind of more manufacturing in general. And so in particular, if we look at roads and railroads, historical railroad density in 1900, these were roads and railroads that the Dutch built to get the sugar out. We see that the places in the immediate vicinities of the factory, that's where they built the roads and the railroads too. And in fact, the Indonesian government has made relatively little investment in new infrastructure. And so you see that the roads today kind of still go to the same places that they went to in the colonial period. That's also true for railroads today. And so the infrastructure today is heavily conditioned by historically. In 1980, these places were much more likely to have electricity before electrification was widespread. And finally, we see impacts on schooling. More high schools today. If you look at years of schooling, you can do this by cohort. You see that the 1920 to 1929 cohort who was educated during the colonial period had more schooling near the factories. And that's true sort of across all cohorts that we can look at from the 2000 census. And you see it across different types of schooling. Finally, the places that are government centers today tend to be these places where they built the factories historically. The final outcome that I look at is economic prosperity. And so given everything that I've shown you, it probably comes as no surprise that these places in the immediate vicinity of the factories are around 10% richer today. And so just to provide an interpretation, essentially what seems to be going on is that these downstream industries from sugar sprung up around the colonial factories. Even when the colonial factories disappeared nearly 100 years ago, these industries persisted. They benefited from agglomeration. There's a lot of agglomeration and linkages between food processing industries that are downstream from sugar because they all use each other's output as inputs. There was also a lot of infrastructure investment that happened to transport the sugar, and that infrastructure is highly persistent. Of course, this is about what happens in the places that had these factories versus didn't. We don't know what would have happened if there hadn't been a cultivation system at all. That's a counterfactual that we don't have a way to answer. But given that rural Java in 1830 was heavily agricultural, governed by feudal-like labor norms, without outside intervention, this sort of industrial transition probably would have not occurred at this time. And this highlights how colonial extraction can encourage agglomeration or infrastructure investments that promote economic activity in the long run. Okay, so you might say, well, what happened to the subjected villages? And I don't really have time, in this short talk to go into those details, but we find, if anything, these effects are also positive, kind of, albeit small. And so you see the catchment areas around these subjective villages, and we're comparing places on just either side of the boundary. Essentially, we find that these places that were subjected to the cultivation system, they were forced to use their land to grow sugarcane compared to the villages right next door that were not. They have more village-owned land today. And revenues from this land are used to compensate the village head, are used to provide, especially historically, are used to provide public goods like schools. And that seems to be what's going on. And so in the colonial period, land was redistributed towards the village if they were forced to grow sugar for this system, because it made it easier to coordinate growing sugar for the Dutch. Even once the Dutch left, the system was no longer in place, the village government continued to own that land. And while I'm sure, you know, some of it went towards corrupt purposes, a substantial share of it went to actually provide public goods, and in particular education for the village. And that makes these villages that were subjected, you know, more educated, more industrialized, etc. Okay, so that's the cultivation system. In the final few minutes, I want to give a counteracting example. I won't have time to go into all the details that I want to do, but I want to talk about another example of forced labor that I've written about, the Mita in Peru, where I find very different effects. And I think that understanding why is kind of important to thinking about colonial extraction more generally. And so the mining Mita was in effect for about 240 years in colonial Peru. It required indigenous communities to send 1/7 of their male population to work in silver mines and a mercury mine that produced mercury to refine the silver. So essentially, I'm able to exploit the fact that the Mita had high costs of administration. And so the colonial government commissioned a survey to figure out how many people that they needed. And then they subjected the people that were closest to the mines. And so you see that overall, you know, most of this boundary, I wouldn't want to compare places on either side because it follows the edge of the Andean range. But I'm going to focus on the white portion of the boundary there that cuts across the Andean range. And I find that geography and pre-characteristics are similar on either side. And so that's a close-up. I'm going to use a very standard sort of regression discontinuity specifications. And to summarize what I find in places that were subjected to this forced labor in the mines, you know, in contrast to the job in case they are substantially poorer today, children there are more likely to be malnourished, public goods are lower, and there's less kind of less integration into the modern economy. The proximate cause of being poor is that people are more likely to be subsistence farmers. And so you're finding essentially just kind of the opposite effects of forced labor in this context. This is just, you can see it a little bit in these graphs. The darker the color, the more malnourished children are, and you see a jump sort of along, you know, all along these boundaries. This is market integration. The darker the color, the more likely people are to be subsistence farmers. And so what's going on here? Well, when I dig into the history, what I find is that that essentially during the 240 years that this was in force, the Spanish did not allow Spanish colonial settlers to go to the places that were forced to provide labor for these mines because they did not want competition for labor. If there's a large landowner, he wants to sort of monopolize that indigenous labor for himself, and then the state can't use it in their forced labor exploitation. And so when you look forward in time, kind of all the kind of large Hispanic landowners are concentrated outside these areas. And so eventually this forced labor ends, Peru gains independence, but the Peruvian state does not enforce private property rights or any kind of rights for the people living in these communities that had participated in the Mita, and there ends up being a lot of instability. The large landowners who go to the places outside the Mita areas because they weren't allowed to settle inside are able to get all the public goods for themselves. And so essentially in the Mita areas, you have the under provision of public goods and poorly defined property rights because there aren't any of the Spanish settlers there to demand public goods and to demand property rights. Also, when things are really unstable, there's just a lower return to public goods. And so coming back to the Indonesia example, why do these kind of both are examples of forced labor? They were presumably both kind of horrible for the people that were subjected to it at the time. But why do they have such different effects on long-run development? And I think it's key, rather than having a general theory like extractive institutions are bad and prevent structural change, or extractive institutions usher in economic changes that bring structural change in the long run. Instead, we have to understand exactly the nature of that extraction. And so in Indonesia, due to the nature of sugar production, they had to build many, many sugar factories across Java. They were built in these densely populated areas. They relied on advanced technology for the time. And to get that sugar out, you had to build a really extensive road and rail transport network to each one of those factories that were created that sticks around in the long run. You know, moreover, sugar has many downstream linkages. Some of that sugar was actually sold locally. And so you get these this industrialization from downstream industries around the factories because some of that sugar can be consumed locally. I mean, also the Dutch ultimately leave Indonesia, and we see that kind of in the villages that were subjected. This land had initially been set aside to produce sugar for the Dutch, who then sold it in Europe. But once the Dutch, you know, in the cultivation system and ultimately leave, those revenues can be used, at least to an extent, to provide public goods for the Indonesian communities. Whereas in Peru, there's a single silver mine. It's in a very remote location. You don't need hardly any infrastructure because it's just one mine. All the silver is extracted and shipped back to Europe. There's no kind of, none of it's sold on the local market. It doesn't really have these downstream linkages. And the colonial elite become the post-independence elite and kind of continue to monopolize kind of the public goods and resources. And so in short, like, I think that when you look at both of these examples and how they work, given our economic theories about economic development and structural change, it makes a lot of sense what we see, but it is necessary to consider how, you know, extraction works in terms of understanding its effect on local development. We need to understand how it shaped the structure of the economy and the economic forces that it put into play. That is all I have, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Melissa, for a fascinating talk. So there have been a number of questions through the chat, but let me take the first mover advantage and ask you about something. So I guess that one key challenge in terms of figuring out how to extrapolate these findings for policy or for other periods and so on is what are the mechanisms or the drivers behind these effects. Now, as you pointed out towards the end, once we think through colonial extraction in terms of how it impacts effects for instance, infrastructure, we start seeing some commonalities in the sense that extraction that seems to promote that promote these incentives for infrastructure might have these positive effects, and that might be one of the channels. Sorry, but you know, there are other possible channels, no, in the sense that, for instance, whether this cultivation system lead to a particular entrepreneurial culture that developed in certain areas, or whether it affected political incentives. You also mentioned that some of the village heads might have had more access to land, maybe that attracted better local policymakers. So I know that figuring out the channel is the hardest part, particularly on the type of work that you're doing. But what else can we do to tell apart these stories? Because if you agree with me, I think that's where the policy predictions and the external validity will start to get some bite.
Yeah, I mean, so I think, like, I mean, of course, we never have a way to sort of identify all the mechanisms. I think that when I initially started working on this, I was thinking a bit more about some of the political mechanisms. And so we looked at political data. Like, my collaborator on this paper, Ben Olken, had actually collected a lot of you know, survey data in villages in Indonesia, like looking at kind of various kind of social capital and political outcomes. And we just didn't really see anything in that data at all, kind of across a range of outcomes, which really led us to focus more on the economic side of things, where the effects are just kind of very clearly there. I mean, but of course, as I tried to emphasize, this is really about local development effects. And it's very difficult to say anything about the kind of general equilibrium effects. And so maybe the national government in Indonesia would be different, like in some way, if the system hadn't existed, you know, because their entire kind of colonial history would have been different. And there's not really like any way to answer that question, because if you look at places that didn't have colonial extraction, they were so different initially that, you know, we're left to the arguments that people have about cross-country studies and whether that's valid, right? And so, like, I certainly can see that, like, in terms of getting at those mechanisms, those broader general equilibrium effects is very difficult. In terms of like looking at the local development effects, I think kind of the best we can do is look at the data that exists, or, potentially collect kind of additional data of our own. And we just didn't find much for the political stuff. I mean, on the entrepreneurial side, like the entrepreneurs that like own these factories were, were actually Dutch, and but of course you have the kind of like downstream factories that were more owned by locals. And so I think entrepreneurship could go into that, but the fact that we see the industry like disproportionately and in kind of in industries that use sugar as an input, like suggests that those input output linkages matter as well. But not at the, obviously you need somebody to start those businesses, and so I would kind of like incorporate that into that channel.
Great, thank you so much. So we have some solid time for Q&A, so please raise your hand if you want to pose your question. There are a bunch on the chat, but you can feel free to tell them out loud. Does anyone want to get started? I see Joe, right? I lost you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Very interesting, Melissa. I had a kind of a narrow question and then a big picture question. The narrow question is the sort of persistent impacts of investments reminded me of the Portage paper by Bleakley and Lynn. And obviously you're emphasizing sort of like the colonial, the institutional aspects, and that's different. But I was just kind of curious, the relationship between what you're finding and what they find. And then the second thing is the bigger picture question for STEG is kind of like what do you think the implications of your work are for thinking about things like FDI policy of developing countries and that sort of a thing?
Yep. And so, yeah, I think that this paper, definitely probably the Portage paper, is the most kind of closely related literature out there. I didn't go into the related literature just because of the time constraints, but I think essentially what we're finding is sort of similar in that in the paper, it shows that, Hoyt, Bleakley, and Lynn, they show that that in these places that historically were portage sites, so essentially the river goes over like a fall line and you'd have to take your boat out of the river and carry stuff around, that those places in the US South kind of and Midwest became urban centers later on, and they argue that that's because of agglomeration. And so I think that agglomeration is definitely important in this study as well. We're not really able to separate out how much of this is like a pure like agglomeration effect of having more population there, how much of it is about these input-output linkages, and how much of it is about the transport infrastructure, because all of those things are correlated. And I think in general in the urban literature, like they tend to be very correlated. So it's hard to separate out how much each of those factors contributes. But, practically speaking, like from a policy standpoint, they tend to go together. And so that's maybe not particularly central, but it's definitely very related. And that aspect of it, it wouldn't have to be colonialism, which I think kind of like ties into your second point as well, because obviously like this had a forced labor component. And in the results I went over briefly, we tried to look specifically at the impact of, having your village forced to grow sugar, controlling for the fact that you had the sugar factory nearby. But like in some ways, like what the Dutch did was kind of like parallel to FDI, in that like they made a bunch of investments to build these factories in a place where there wasn't really kind of any industrialization to speak of. They built infrastructure to go along with it, and that kind of started in motion this chain of industrialization. And like they actually tried to do it without forced labor first, and it didn't like work, because there were essentially these landowners there that monopolized labor. And when they tried to offer them wages, there was just no kind of like history or context of wage work. And after the cultivation system gets abolished, they continue kind of with sort of a wage system. And so I think like, there is a component of it that relates to FDI, with this additional like, and very important for the people at the time, kind of forced labor component layered on top of it. But if you think about the persistent effects that I showed you of being close to the sugar factories, like, none of those really like go through it being forced labor per se. They go through the fact that, that these were sugar's an industry that has lots of linkages that required modern technology to process and that required transport infrastructure. And so I think in terms of FDI, you could think about that as well. Like you could have FDI that looks more kind of like the Mita, where there's some, remote mine, and the Chinese are just bringing in the equipment to take, the minerals out of that mine, and there's not really any infrastructure or kind of local employment or, local markets that go along with that. Or you could have a very different type of FDI where it's supporting and producing something that has like lots of linkages to other industries, that maybe spurs some development of transport infrastructure, and that might look very different in terms of what we'd expect the economic effects on the receiving country to be.
Great, thanks. So let's proceed with Michael's and then Jonas. So Michael, go ahead.
Great, thank you, Melissa. Thanks for a great talk. Just a quick question about the linkages. So do you have a sense, were these linkages, did they develop because of the Dutch or despite of the Dutch? So what I mean is, did the value added from these, kind of intermediate products where sugar is in, were they also captured by the Dutch, or were the Dutch just not as good in kind of monopolizing the labor market, and then these kind of linkaged industries, they sort of developed for the local market, and that was sort of the good luck in the long run?
Yeah, I think it was more the latter. And so the Dutch were very focused on essentially like exporting the high quality sugar. And they didn't have like really a lot of people on the ground there. So they took the sugar that essentially you could put on a boat and sell in world markets because it wasn't going to spoil. But when you process sugar, like some of it, like you can't extract the liquid from it as well. And so it's heavy and it spoils quickly. And so the Dutch that owned those factories, they sold it on local markets. And I mean, so they were the ones kind of making the returns from selling that low quality sugar, but they sold it to locals who were in turn using it, at first for, I think, kind of very basic types of food processing. But over time, you had kind of more industrialized food processing industries develop.
Great, thank you.
Oh, great. Jonas, do you want to ask your question?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I really enjoyed both papers, and so I totally buy the kind of the identification strategies you proposed, and both of them are ingenious. But I'm still wondering a bit on what this really tells you about absolute development, because you do make some claims about absolute development. But I think for me, it just seems like they give you relative development trajectories, right? You can compare two different areas that were treated differently, and obviously the colonial intervention had an effect on their development trajectories, and you can just compare them relatively. But I mean, this is very different from claiming absolutely that, the colonial system had a positive effect, right?
Yeah, and then so first of all, we're looking at kind of like one specific aspect of colonialism, which was this, sugar cultivation system, which is obviously very different than looking at everything that the Dutch did, right? And so we're not trying to make a claim in general about colonialism, and that's just essentially, I think, like an impossible to answer question. And in some ways, like, right. It's an interesting, like, historical question, but hopefully no policymakers are out there like advocating that we reinstate colonialism. And so for, from a policy perspective, it may actually be more relevant to kind of understand some of these mechanisms that influence local development, that influence why, this village here is, more prosperous, has more industry than this other one over here that kind of seems similar initially, which is much more what we're doing. I mean, I think that when it comes to the historical question of like, how would the world have been different if colonialism had been fundamentally different, like that's in many ways like a question that we almost have to just answer with like a lot of assumptions and sort of qualitative reasoning, because you can obviously do a cross-country study and lots of people have done that, but the places that didn't get colonized, like they didn't get colonized precisely because they had like more functional governments, like some of them were richer to start with. They're all the things that like affect development, like essentially anyways. And so I think that, I mean, I guess like you can make a sort of a structural model and make a lot of assumptions, but the question of like, you know, what would Peru have looked like if there was no Mita, or what would Java had looked like if there was no cultivation system, I think we're essentially left to reasoning. And sort of like the most I can say is that like, I think that it's very clear, like from the historical evidence and what the context was like, that there would have not been industrialization on this scale in the 19th, you know, the mid 19th century, if it was not for the cultivation system, because you essentially had this very persistent equilibrium of kind of local landowners who controlled labor and were engaged in rice production. Now, like, you know, would there have been kind of global or local forces that led Indonesia to industrialize in a way that was even better? Like, it's just so far from kind of what we actually observed. I mean, one thing that you can say is that you know, there's other places in Indonesia where the Dutch, like, you know, most of their colonial activity happened in Java, and they were much more kind of hands-off elsewhere. And most of those places are poorer today. I mean, but of course they're different, like initially. And so again, we can't really say that that's the effect of having the cultivation system in Northwest Java and not in other places. But like, these places that had the cultivation system are like the richest places in Indonesia. And so, you know, there's not kind of like glaring evidence that says, oh, well, these, you know, the places with the cultivation system are a little bit better off, but compared to the rest of Indonesia, they're horrible. Like, it's actually kind of, it's actually the opposite, but there's no way to causally identify that.
Right.
Yeah. Can I jump in?
Doug raised his hand, but if you don't mind, Doug, we can give the word to Leonard, and then we'll have Doug.
Of course.
Great.
Oh, okay. Can I go?
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah. So thanks, Leonard. Great talk. So I have two questions. So the first one is about, you know, it's about, you know, the earlier work by Asimoglu, Robinson, Johnson and Robinson, and this work. So what do you think is missing from the previous literature that might explain the differences that you see? And I mean, one of the earlier key arguments in the earlier literature is property rights. But it's clear that there are protection of property rights in more centralized location, even pre-colonial. You know, I mean, for instance, precisely, for instance, the places you are studying, is there any evidence, for instance, that there were some pre-colonial states that basically protect property rights that might be explaining, you know, the differences? So that's one point. The second one is the human capital channel. So it could well be, for instance, that in the aftermath of the you know, a generation after the sugar plantation were set up, you know, the laborers were wealthy enough to send their kids to school. Schools were created, clinics were set up. That makes that place more conducive to long-term development. So I'd like to see, for what happened right in the aftermath, you know, a generation later, so that we can actually be able to look at the different channels that we are exploring.
Yeah. And so just to briefly answer the second question first. And so, you know, so the variation that we identify off of is extremely disaggregated. Like, we identify, you know, the 10,000 villages that were subjected to this. We're comparing places that are 2 versus 3 kilometers away of this factory versus one that's shifted downstream like a kilometer. And so in order to look at the historical stuff, the furthest back we go is the early 20th century, which, you know, the system was abolished in the 1880s. And so it's maybe not quite what you want. It's maybe like the second generation after it was abolished. But that's the earliest that there's data that exists that we can actually use. But I think that what you say is very much right. And there's also like, and so just in terms of how this happened. So in the colonial period, the Dutch did not give resources for schools. If a village wanted to have a school, the Dutch might help them a little bit towards the end of the colonial period with the building, but they had to provide and pay the teacher. And so what we think is going on is that this village-owned land that was used during the system to grow sugar for the Dutch, it clearly stayed in the possession of the villages, because we still see it there today. And we've found like qualitative sources that talk about how that village-owned land, sometimes like the proceeds from that land would be used to pay a teacher. And so I think that the human capital channel is an important part of it, and a part that's very kind of complementary to the agglomeration and to the linkages and to the transport infrastructure. You kind of have all of this stuff going together. I mean, in terms of the pre-colonial history, I mean, I think that with the local development effects that we look at, obviously comparing this place to this other place that's, a kilometer or two away, they have a very similar local history. In terms of whether the effects would be different in a place with a different kind of pre-colonial history, that's certainly possible. I mean, the pre-colonial history of these areas are interesting because essentially there is this empire in central Java that keeps on trying to conquer them. And so when the Dutch show up, they kind of send all these letters and gifts to the Dutch, like most of these areas, begging to be like a Dutch vassal state. Because they essentially saw like, oh, there's these powerful people from Europe, and they're going to help us to kind of beat up on our, traditional, sort of conquerors. And you kind of see this and you say, don't do that, like, and they're writing this stuff in the 17th century, and they're just like, from their view, like, it's not that this is pre-industrial revolution, the Europeans aren't this kind of, dramatically kind of more militarized, industrialized force. They're just somebody who's a little bit better and can maybe help, help them, gang up against their kind of traditional oppressors, so to say. And so I don't really have like a good theory on how this would be different if that history was different, but I think it's an interesting question.
Great, thanks. So then we have Doug and then Richard.
Yeah, thanks so much, Melissa. Really, really interesting. I'm going to follow up, I guess, a little bit on Joe's question. And it's still kind of thinking policy relevance for STEG, which is unsurprising. But in a sense, if I'm understanding right, if you took the 94 or 100 locations where, let's call it FDI, got dropped, and if you had put those somewhere else, do you have any sense, or can you think of ways in which to structure an analysis? Could you think about some, would there be any implications here for what, in a sense, an even better outcome might have been, or for agglomeration, why 94? Is there any way to start thinking about some of the questions about where optimally things could have been located, or how they could have been concentrated or not concentrated? Can you start to get at anything having to do, I guess, quite specifically with agglomeration or scale economies, that obviously sugar has its own technology that limits this, but I'm just curious whether you can help us kind of push us in the direction of thinking about some of these questions, which might actually matter a lot for policy.
Yeah, so I think that there's definitely like more that could be done along those lines. And so you might think in some ways like there's parallels to the Donaldson-Hornbeck work, looking at rail infrastructure in the US and trying to estimate returns and where do you want to put the infrastructure, and it has different network kind of structures. So you could look at places, some places that are sugar factories or on the way to sugar factories from the ports end up being much more central in this network of transport infrastructure, and some places end up being less, and that might give you kind of causal identification to estimate kind of some of those network parameters that could get at this idea of like, how do you want to construct essentially like the transport infrastructure? There might be just sort of other aspects that like shape like the proximity of how close factories are. Like if on one side of the factory you have to go uphill to get to it, then maybe you kind of put more of the land to the other side, and as a result you're spaced further from the other factory because you have to meet your minimum scale. And so I think that like there's a potential to combine it with some of this like micro terrain type variation to get potentially exogenous variation in the arrangement of these factories. And then, you know, maybe later on, like those micro terrain differences. I mean, in general, these places are all pretty flat. It's not going to probably matter for modern economic development, but if you're carrying the sugar up, you know, even a bit of an uphill grade can matter. And so that could kind of allow you to get at maybe some of these agglomeration effects and essentially like a bit more detail. How is it affected by being a little bit closer versus a little bit further from the other factories? And I'm sure that like people who think a lot about kind of these, you know, spatial agglomeration questions could think of more ideas than I can off the top of my head.
Thanks.
Great. Richard, go ahead.
Thanks. Excellent talk, Melissa. I really enjoyed it a lot. I wanted to ask a question just to get you to extrapolate maybe a little bit, which will be conjectural. Some of this you kind of talked about a few minutes back in one of your answers, but part of your contrast, your comparison here is that silver is very different than sugar, and so this helps explain why sugar leads to different results than silver. But of course, Indonesia is not the only place where colonial powers kind of went in and had people grow sugar. And do you think you would find these same sorts of cross-sectional results in other locations? And, you know, in those other places, do you think, you know, going back to the earlier question, that you could have constancy of the cross-sectional effects, but very different aggregate effects in other places? How does this interact with the characteristics where this is happening, or did the Dutch do something different in detail than other powers, et cetera? So kind of open-ended, but I'm just curious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, that's a great question. And so one thing that I have looked at quantitatively, and so essentially like in the 19th century, the world's largest sugar producers are Cuba, Java, and Taiwan, which was a Japanese colony. And so I have very precise information that we digitized on the location of the Japanese sugar factories and all the infrastructure that they built to them. And like Taiwan is obviously a place with a lot of long run development. I mean, much more so than, you know, Java, which is still by global standards, you know, not that rich today. And so you can look at Taiwan and you see like exactly the same patterns, that the places that are in proximity to these Japanese sugar factories are much richer and more industrialized today. And you even see kind of some of the linkage patterns. But the problem with kind of really being able to interpret that is that the Japanese were kind of very, very effective and knowledgeable colonizers in Taiwan. And so they spent 5 years doing a survey, and they figured exactly the places that had the most productive land and the most labor, and they put the factories right there. And by this time it's not water powered, so you don't have the river constraint. And so it's just like, well, those places are much better off today, but the Japanese were really good at picking the best places, whereas really the power of the Dutch context is the Dutch showed up and they didn't know hardly anything. There were no data, you know, per se, that they could base it on. And you have this aspect of it needing to be along a river that we use for identification. I know much less about the context in Cuba. I was at a talk where a woman there was saying that, you know, she was a historian who had studied sugar production in Cuba, and said she'd gone and visited like these colonial sugar factories in Cuba, and that there's like a similar pattern of agglomeration around it. But that's not something that I've looked at kind of at all with data. I mean, so I think that kind of like at the end of the day, it is going to be dependent kind of on what you're extracting, as other people have mentioned, maybe on what's there initially, and we kind of just need more examples. There's a paper by Eduardo Montero and Sarah Lowe's that look at rubber cultivation by forced labor in the Congo, and they find that's very bad for long run development, which kind of makes sense in that the Belgians showed up. And once you've discovered rubber, the trees can be transplanted in new locations, and that would really cut down on the price, because they're getting a really high price for it because they have a monopoly, but they know they only have that for around 7 years until the rubber can start, the trees can start producing rubber in new locations. And so they have this very extractive system where they're just trying to get as much out as possible in as short of a time, and did really horrible things. And so I think dimensions like that also come into play. What's the colonizers time horizon? So in short, I think we kind of need to think about all these different economic factors versus just having a model where there's one thing like extraction or not. You kind of have to think about all these dimensions, and it all kind of makes economic sense once you incorporate them, but you do have to kind of think about that. And it can be, there can be a lot of things going on.
Great, thank you so much. So I think we're out of time. We should leave it here. Thank you so much, Melissa, and everyone for a fascinating talk and contributions.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for all the great questions.
Thanks, both of you. Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Melissa. Melissa, I'm going to report an anonymous comment that was made to me. I wish Melissa would work on her favorite African country. This literally needs to be done, one of these sorts of papers for every African country. That's an agenda for you in the future. I want to thank everybody for showing up today. I had a lot of fun. I thought it was a great program. We have a great program tomorrow. We will also be making announcements about where the STEG program, in terms of funding, in terms of other activities that we have going on, is heading. So please show up tomorrow. We start the same time. We end an hour early. So it'll be a little bit more comfortable for the folks in Europe and in Africa. Take care, and thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone.